Xiang's face revealed a mocking sneer as he swept his gaze across everyone's faces. He formed a hand seal and said coldly, "One universe in the heavens." The shooting stars in the sky suddenly turned upside down, and the entire world hung upside down. A vast and mighty force descended from the sky, and countless stars emitted a scorching light. The terrifying power rose to the extreme. Not good. Everyone's heart trembled. The meteors that were flying down from the sky actually began to riot. Vast star power gushed out and was actually about to explode. "I am a true god in this heaven," he said ferociously. "All of you die." He grabbed with his hand, and the world trembled. Boom, boom, boom. The boundless and unstable starlight pressure exploded, and the destructive power hit the four ends of the universe. All the experts were hit by the vast power and drowned in it. In the night sky, countless meteors exploded into pieces and formed a long belt of crushed stones. They circled around the great void Dao fruit and were so deep that one could not see the bottom. The entire sky fell silent, leaving only Xiang's huge demonic body standing. His green eyes were staring coldly at the four poles of the universe. This buy-in. On the ground, everyone was shocked. With their strength, they were not qualified to participate in the battle just now, but the sky was filled with divine transcendence experts. Destroyed in one move, everyone's mind was petrified. They looked on in a daze, even forgetting their fear. The few demons also had their mouths wide open, and they stood on the ground like statues. Fanny's heart skipped a beat. She grabbed Yunxiao's arm and said in surprise, "One move to kill all the transcendents and saints. Is this for real?" Yunxiao was also extremely shocked, and he could not believe what he was seeing. The 10 rules are one level above the 9 heavens realm, so it's not strange that they have such power, said Beimang. However, this big demon hasn't completely mastered the 10 rules yet. He's only a demigod, so it's impossible for him to kill several divine transcendence experts with one move. See, I suddenly appeared behind Xiang and said in shock, "Lord Xiang, are they all dead?" Under the armillary sphere, he was the only one who had not suffered the impact. At this moment, he was still in shock. The move one universe in the armillary sphere just now was too terrifying. It was not a move that should exist in the human world. Xiang snorted coldly, staring at the spinning belt of crushed stones. "Come out, what's the point of hiding in here? As a divine transcendence expert, even if you die, you should die in a decent way." However, the asteroid belt remained silent. It revolved around the great void Dao fruit like a celestial ring. "Humph, since you're all playing dead, I'll pick this fruit." Xiang's eyes were burning with passion. He knew his current condition, and he was still one step away from becoming a true god. If he could eat this Dao fruit, he would step into the legendary realm and become the first person in the heavenly martial realm in 100,000 years. Tens of thousands of years of persistent pursuit, right in front of their eyes. Who wouldn't go crazy? He walked forward step by step, and every step he took seemed to weigh tens of thousands of pounds. As he stepped on the power of rules, ripples were created. Everyone on the ground held their breaths as they watched this historical scene nervously. Even without a Dao fruit with his current demigod realm, he was the first person to do so in 100,000 years. Everyone's expression was different, both sad and happy, but no matter who they were, they all felt a boundless reverence for the heavenly Dao. After a few steps, he stepped into the stone belt and crushed a piece of starstone. Clang! Suddenly, a ray of green light appeared, emitting a piercing light, and suddenly slashed over. The underworld will turned into the size of a millstone. It was covered with strange and terrifying runes. It let out a strong trembling sound as if it was going to split this starry night space. Yu Shengfeng's figure suddenly appeared, followed by the giant sword Gu Chun. With a wave of his hand, millions of jade dragons soared into the sky and roared, "Attack!" Wei Qing's voice suddenly rang out as the mountains and rivers flew out like a painting, activated to the extreme, like a battleship shooting out a golden light into the sky, directly attacking Xiang. At the same time, the other people also appeared one by one. In a flash, they surrounded Xiang and attacked. The attack just now was so shocking that everyone was injured to varying degrees. However, compared to the shock to their souls, the physical injuries were insignificant. This time, no one dared to hold back, and all of them attacked with their strongest killing moves. Lord Xiang, be careful. The demon temple was shocked. A look of contempt appeared on Yi's face as he clenched his fists and roared. The golden and silver horns on his forehead glowed with light, and his entire body exuded a vast and mighty force. His eyes turned black and white, and a taiji diagram appeared under the stars. It was a few acres in size, and it enveloped everyone. Even the dark wheel, the power of the ancient dust, and the picturesque landscape had stopped at this moment. All the spiritual qi had disappeared. Not good. It's the innate divine ability of the Huodo clan, the Taiji heaven-sealing seal. Duanmu Yoyu cried out in shock. He immediately felt a strange force suppressing him. His entire body seemed to be bound and he could not move at all. The rest of the people did the same. Their dantian seemed to be locked, and all the origin power in their bodies was cut off. How did this happen? What? Xianxia cried out in shock and said in horror. Sealing a person's magical power in one go? How are we going to play? Xiang's face darkened. The gold and silver horns on his head flickered with a strong light. One of his pupils was black and the other white, both moving erratically. He looked at the crowd coldly and continued to step forward toward the Dao fruit. Yu Shengfeng's face was filled with a vulture as he said coldly, "Don't panic, everyone. This divine ability was famous all over the world in the past. I didn't think that there was still someone from the Huodo clan alive. The Taiji sky-sealing seal can seal everything in the 3 realms and 5 elements. However, the only flaw of this move is that he can no longer use his abhijna after using it to its maximum. So that's how it is. Otherwise, he would really be invincible." Yu Shengfeng snorted coldly and said, "Humph. If they could seal everything in the world and kill people at the same time, the world would have been ruled by the Huodo clan long ago. It's impossible for such a heaven-defying thing to happen." Xiang suddenly stopped, turned around and sneered. "There is nothing in this world that is impossible. As long as I leave 10% of my strength behind, it is enough to kill you all." Yu Shengfeng sneered coldly. "Even if you use your full strength to seal us, you can only seal us for 10 breaths at most. Can 90% of your strength seal us for 3 breaths? You're right." Xiang suddenly laughed. "I can't seal all of you with 90% of my power, but 10 breaths is enough for me to get the fruit." He turned around and walked to the great void Dao fruit. He extended his hand to pluck it. Suddenly, the heavens and earth trembled, and the black and white Taiji diagram in the sky suddenly dissipated. The Taiji sky-sealing seal disintegrated instantly, and a huge seal rose up slowly before disappearing. The experts immediately regained their freedom. Yao Jinliang was shocked. "Didn't you say you can seal it for 10 breaths? It's only been 7 breaths." The rest of the people looked serious as well, but each of them channeled their elemental energy to the maximum and became extremely alert. Their fear of Xiang had reached its peak. Xiang's expression changed as well. His hand stopped a foot away from the Dao fruit, ready to take it down in an instant. However, he felt a chill that directly rushed to his heart. The chill made him feel extremely dangerous. If he insisted on taking the fruit of the way, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. The little kid is very smart. He knows not to touch it. A strange laugh came from the sky. The sound was extremely unpleasant to hear, and everyone frowned. "Ah, it's the Ghost King." Thani was shocked. Under the night sky, the Ghost King's body slowly appeared. He was staring at the great void Dao fruit and his saliva was overflowing. He did not have the demeanor of a powerful cultivator and his saliva dripped down onto his chest. Gulp! Everyone who had seen the Ghost King's attack before couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts, and their faces paled. Yu Shengfeng's eyes lit up, but he soon revealed a suspicious expression. "The Ghost King." Xiang frowned. Little kid, you recognize me?" The Ghost King's eyes rolled a few times, and his fingers tapped on his head as if he was thinking. He said, I think I've seen him before. However, the Huodo clan all look similar, so perhaps I've met some of your ancestors. A figure rushed into the sky. It was Yao Li. He was shocked and furious as he shouted, "Lord Ghost King, please stop. I summoned you with the contract. How can you go against my partner?" "Don't be angry, little girl from the Jili clan," the Ghost King cackled. "After I eat this Dao fruit, I'll immediately fulfill our previous contract." "You coward! This Dao fruit belongs to Lord Shang. You can't take it." Li was enraged and said coldly. The Ghost King's face darkened, and a cold air flickered on his face. He said coldly, "What did you just say? I can't take it? This lord only has a contractual relationship with you, and I will help you complete your mission later. As for the rest, what qualifications do you have to care about me?" "Lord Ghost King, don't forget the contents of the contract," Li said coldly. "If you insist on taking the Dao fruit, then don't blame me for using the contract to suppress you. Even if I die from the backlash, I'll drag you down to hell with me." "What did you say? You dare to threaten me?" The Ghost King was shocked and angry. A terrifying aura gushed out of his body. His face glowed green and he was extremely angry. "A Ghost King who doesn't abide by the contract is not a good Ghost King," Shang said slowly. "This Dao fruit is too important to me. Otherwise, what's the point of sacrificing it to you?" The Ghost King's face was gloomy and uncertain. He stuck out his scarlet tongue and swept his mouth full of saliva. His eyes were still staring at the Dao fruit, as if he didn't want to give up. Wei Qing's heart was also uneasy. If the Ghost King had appeared, then what about Luo Qingyun and the Ghost Azura? They wouldn't have been completely annihilated, right? The losses would be hard to estimate. "Hey, two monsters. They don't even put us in their eyes." Xianxia grinned hideously and grabbed the longbow. He poured his essence force into it, and it instantly shot out a brilliant glow. He slowly drew the bow until it was a full moon. Armor-piercing 100-spinning arrow. A ray of white light condensed into an arrow on the longbow. It was pointed forward and shot out. Swish! An ear-piercing sound pierced through the air. The white arrow light suddenly disintegrated in the air, turning into tens of thousands of densely packed arrows that fell like raindrops. Everyone's pupils contracted as they stared at the rain of arrows. Shang and the Ghost King's gazes were cold, and their lips curled into a mocking smile. They did not care at all. Although the arrow was strong, they didn't care about it at all. "You're looking down on us." Wei Qing also said coldly, "You deserve to be killed." 5 rays of light flashed at the same time and charged towards Shang and the Ghost King. "Humph!" He sneered. "Lord Ghost King, why don't we join forces and kill these humans first? Your contract with Li is over, and I have better offerings for you." The Ghost King's eyes rolled a few times, and he said with a smile, Good. These people are quite strong, so they must have some treasures on them." He laughed wildly and immediately gave up fighting for the Dao fruit. In a flash, he strode toward the crowd. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the space in front of him turned, shattering the countless armor-piercing arrows. Shang's eyes flashed coldly. He reached out with both hands and twisted the space around him, shattering the arrows. Suddenly, a bad feeling welled up in his heart. His body trembled and he shouted, "What are you doing?" Everyone was shocked by his sudden scream and couldn't help but look over. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as well, and he gasped in horror. "This kid is really daring." In the rain of arrows, a silent iron arrow suddenly appeared and shot into the martial will of the Dao fruit without any warning. Passed through and shot into the Dao fruit. "Ah!" Everyone's mouths were wide open in shock. Xianxia laughed and said, "Ha-ha! Everyone must be feeling great now? Don't even think about it. Arg! You should die." The referee clenched his fists and roared in anger. He was already a half-god and was only one step away from the true god realm. His Dao fruit was destroyed and all his efforts were in vain. Wei Qing and Yu Shengfeng's mouths were also wide open in shock. Then, their faces turned extremely gloomy and anger shot out from their eyes. Obviously, both of them had the intention of snatching the Dao fruit, but now that it had completely failed, How could they not be angry? Yao Jinliang and the rest were much calmer. Their eyes flashed, and Duanmu Youyu heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled and even gave Xianxia a thumbs up. Haha! No one will be able to eat this time. The Ghost King also could not help but laugh. Then, his expression turned ferocious as he stared at Xianxia and said coldly, "It's the worst evil to destroy a delicacy." He roared and flew forward, wanting to kill Xianxia. Xianxia chuckled, and the longbow in his hand turned into a cloud-splitting arrow, which was shot out fiercely. "Small tricks," the Ghost King shouted and slapped the arrow with his bare hand. With a bang, the arrow was smashed into pieces and disappeared in the air. After that, he grabbed with his 5 fingers and smacked towards Xianhua's head. Xianxia chuckled and drew his broken star bow, which turned into a saber to meet the attack. Bang! The star-shattering blade was slapped down by the Ghost King's claw, and it started to emit a pearl-like aura. The blade also trembled non-stop, and Xianxia was forced back several feet before he could stabilize his body. His face was filled with shock. Although the battle had consumed a lot of his energy, especially the battle with Yao Jinliang, which had almost exhausted him, he was still shocked that his opponent could withstand the sharpness of the saber with his pure physical body. "Humph! If you only have this much strength, then go to hell," the Ghost King shouted as he charged forward in anger. Suddenly, a red light flickered, and soared intense sword. The sound of the sword being drawn was slow and melodious, causing the Ghost King's body to freeze. Then, a red lotus flew up and bloomed under the night sky. It was as red as fire and as bright as the sun. "Jian Gu," Lu Fian softly muttered. The water sword in her hand cut across the sky and slashed towards the Ghost King. "Humph, interesting." The Ghost King chuckled, but there was an obvious fear in his eyes. He clenched his big hand into a fist, and a powerful chi flew out and bombarded it. Bang! The red lotus exploded into flames that filled the sky. However, the flames did not extinguish and surrounded the Ghost King. Lu Fian's sword technique lightly guided, and the sword's body flashed with flowing light. Runes danced, and she turned around and lightly slashed down. The heaven-revolving flame condensed and turned into a huge red lotus. It flew around the Ghost King and kept roasting him. At the same time, the sword chi was like an ocean, and the sword light was like a shadow as it suddenly slashed down. The Ghost King's expression turned cold. For the first time, he didn't use his hands to slap it directly. Instead, he formed a seal with his hands in front of him, forming a circular seal. He shouted loudly and spat out a strange syllable before slapping it down. Boom! A terrifying power was unleashed from the seal, and the red lotus flames that filled the sky were instantly dispersed. At the same time, the Ghost King clenched his right fist and raised it up to meet the attack. Bang! The sword light hit the fist and suddenly shattered. At the same time, the fist force was reflected back, and the air waves stacked on top of each other, vast and boundless. Lu Fian's long sword fell in front of her, and a sword boundary appeared. Under the power of the Ghost King's fist, it suddenly shattered, causing her to retreat several steps. Haha, you're quite strong. The Ghost King's eyes revealed a look of admiration. He gave a rare compliment and continued to step forward with a ferocious expression. Lu Fian's expression remained calm. She raised her long sword and pointed the tip forward as she stared at the Ghost King warily. Xianxia also drew his bow and knocked an arrow. A dark green arrow was pointed at the Ghost King, and a circle of pressure was first to spread out. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. An inexplicable feeling emerged in their hearts. They raised their heads and looked into the distance in shock. The skin of the Dao fruit that had been pierced by the mystic birch arrow kept cracking open, and streams of power shot out. That's the power of the Tao Wu Dao fruit? Everyone revealed a look of surprise. The light that shot out was indeed the will of the Great Void. It was as if the heavenly Tao was flowing and rippling in the starry night. Shang's heart burned with rage as he roared, "The Tao fruit! The Great Void Tao fruit that should have belonged to me! Your Great Void Tao fruit? Are you retarded?" A cold voice was heard. Everyone's heart trembled. Yun Xiao also cried out in surprise. Soaring light. His eyes were filled with shock. Next to the Tao fruit, the space gradually distorted and transformed into a fresh and beautiful figure. Her face was slightly immature. It was Tengguang, the throne. She sat cross-legged beside the Tao fruit. Soaring light. Shang was shocked as well, and his face showed confusion. You've been here all this time? Where else can I go if not here? Tengguang raised his eyes and asked. His face was filled with boundless killing intent as he stared into the distance. His gaze swept across everyone's faces and he said coldly, It's all of you who destroyed my great illusionary Tao. Don't blame me for not considering our old friendship. None of you can leave today. Everyone furrowed their brows, their expressions cold and disdainful. The great illusionary land had been destroyed, and all the power of the illusionary Tao had been condensed into a Tao fruit. Tengguang did not have the power to kill them all. Impossible! Shang's brows furrowed as he snapped. The Tao fruit has always been under the surveillance of my armillary sphere. If it was hiding nearby, how could I not sense it? Woof! This so-called heavenly Tao evolved from your armillary sphere. Don't make me laugh to death. A sneer appeared on Tengguang's face as he coldly said, That can only mean that your Tao is far worse than mine. That's why you can't spy on me, who is hidden by the great void Tao power. He raised his hand and formed a seal with one hand. A seal appeared in his palm and he slammed it down on the Tao fruit. Bang! The entire Tao fruit suddenly shattered, and the black iron arrow that was stuck in it also broke with a bang. A rainbow-colored light began to transform, slowly congealing into a human figure that stood up. The figure was white in color and had a rather heavy face. His body was filled with the power of rules, and Tao will flowed through him. Just by standing there, he was like the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. This is a Xianxia. Shang was shocked and could not help but take a few steps back, his face full of shock. Everyone was extremely shocked. Even the Ghost King gave up on Xianxia. His eyes shot out rays of light as he stared at the human figure. Beifeng Nan suddenly opened his mouth and softly said, Daoling. Daoling? What's a Tao spirit? Yun Xiao could not help but ask. The aura exuded by the white figure was too powerful and shocking. At this moment, the entire sky was silent. All of them were peerless powerhouses, and when the conversation between Beifeng Nan and Yun Xiao reached their ears, they could not help but turn their eyes to look. Even Tengguang furrowed his brows and revealed a surprised expression as he said, TSK, TSK. There are indeed many amazing people in the world. There's actually someone who recognizes Dao Ling. Under everyone's gaze, Beiming Nan didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He slowly said, the so-called Dao spirit, as the name implies, is just a Dao fruit turning into a spirit. It's not rare. TSK. Not strange. Will you die if you don't brag? Tong Guang's expression turned cold, and he revealed an extremely unhappy expression, as if he had insulted his Dao spirit. The rules and power of heaven and earth contained in the supreme Dao fruit are too powerful. It's normal for it to take a form. As for Dao fruits below the 10 directions divine realm, it depends on fate if they want to turn into spirits. It was only then that Yun Xiao came to a realization and said, to put it bluntly, it's just an item turning into a spirit. Only the spirit is from the supreme Dao fruit, so it's awesome. That's right. Beiming Nan nodded. Tong Guang stared at Yun Xiao for a moment, then snorted coldly and turned his eyes back to the crowd in the sky. Everyone, how do you think I should kill you? Shang suppressed the shock in his heart and stared at Dao Ling. His expression was dark and uncertain. After a while, he said, Mr. Tengguang, we could be considered comrades on the same front line. My name shouldn't be on your kill list, right? Tengguang glanced at him and said coldly, Humph. You're really lucky. If you hadn't comprehended my great void illusory Dao, you probably wouldn't have been able to break through this last barrier and comprehend the divine Dao. I fulfilled your wish. Mr. Tengguang's words may be biased, but I have indeed comprehended the divine Dao by relying on the will of the great illusory Dao. However, even without today's opportunity, as long as I can endure for 3 to 5 years, I will still be able to comprehend it. You're not wrong. Seeing that you've helped me before, take your people and get lost. Teng Guang said. Get lost? Why do I feel so uncomfortable hearing this? I've done my best to help Mr. Teng Guang, the referee said unhurriedly. Even if I don't have any credit, I've worked hard, right? In exchange for a get lost? Mr. Yao Shang, I think you're starting to court death, Teng Guang sneered. Dao Ling was spinning beside him quietly. There was only a faint outline of his face and his body was like a piece of glass, like a spirit. Mr. Teng Guang's words are too hurtful, Shang said, looking at Dao Ling. If you don't want to be sad, then stay and hurt your body, Teng Guang said. I'm still one step away from the immortal state, he said. I hope I can borrow this Dao spirit. As expected, you don't need to leave, Teng Guang sneered. Duanmu Youyu said, Teng Guang, everything is determined by fate. You can't evolve the great Dao. That is also determined by fate. Now that it has condensed into a Dao fruit and transformed into a Dao spirit, it can be considered a good result. Good result, Teng Guang coldly said. Then I'll cripple everyone's dantian today. I'll let you all indulge in the mountains and rivers. You don't have to fight and kill anymore. This can be considered a good result. Nonsense, Wei Qing shouted. However, no matter what, you're still a member of the human race and a martial sovereign of the world. The right way is to join forces and kill these demons first. I know what I'm doing. Wei Qing, mind your own business, Teng Guang said coldly. Wei Qing was furious, but he couldn't help it. There was no point in saying anything, so he could only sneer. The situation in the sky suddenly became complicated, and silence descended. Ever since Teng Guang appeared, he had been sitting cross-legged without moving. At this moment, his hands formed a seal and a halo appeared around him. Dao Ling also raised his hands, and the two of them made the same hand seals. Dao Ling's body suddenly moved sideways and merged into Teng Guang's body. Ghost King. Yi's eyes narrowed and he shouted, Ghost King, stop these humans. I'll take out the Dao spirit first. After studying it, I'll let you swallow it. He formed an incantation gesture with one hand, and his entire body moved forward. Two of his fingers directly shot towards Teng Guang. If he allowed Teng Guang to completely merge with his Dao spirit, he would be in big trouble. The Ghost King's eyes were filled with joy as he laughed. Ha! Good. I'll snatch it for you to study first, and if it's useless, I'll eat it. He no longer paid attention to Lu Fian and turned into a ray of light, flying towards the light. Stop him! Wei Qing shouted and chased after the Ghost King. The rest of the people's faces also turned cold as they chased after him. A cold glint shot out of Teng Guang's eyes as he formed a seal with his hands and also pointed towards the referee. A halo of light spread out from his body, and the seals on his fingertips kept changing. Boom! The two seals clashed, and a terrifying power spread out. Teng Guang seemed to be at a disadvantage and was forced to retreat continuously. He suddenly took a step, and a golden light flashed where the tip of his foot landed. At the same time, the Dao spirit in his body came out, and the glass-like palm formed a seal and slapped toward Shang's face. A terrifying power of the will of the Wei pressed down, and the space inside the armillary sphere trembled. The referee withdrew the seal in horror and turned to retreat. His hands danced, and the stars in the sky began to move. Z-Wei charge, star formation. Shang's demonic chi soared to the sky, and light swirled around his gold and silver horns, making him look even more extraordinary. He raised his two huge hands into the sky and thousands of radiances revolved around his palms. Countless stars gathered and poured into his hands. The area within 1,000 feet of him was filled with monstrous demonic chi, and no one dared to get close. The Ghost King's body also stopped outside the vortex, his eyes showing a serious look. The rest of the powerful cultivators were all shocked. They stood outside of Shang's soaring aura and looked on coldly. That kind of vast and mighty power made everyone's heart surge. At their level, it was already very difficult for them to advance any further. However, the power that was displayed in front of them was constantly impacting their bodies and minds. Their desire to become stronger was getting stronger and stronger. It's just the will of the divine Tao that he comprehended from my great void illusory Tao. How can it go against my great void Tao spirit? Teng Guang's expression turned serious as he replied coldly. He made a simple hand seal and placed it in front of him. The Tao spirit in his body floated up and kept performing seals above him. Rings of light spread out from the two of them, and in an instant, it was like a seven-colored galaxy under the starry night. That's not necessarily the case. The student is better than the master. Under the endless starry night, I am God. Take my heaven in one universe. The referee shouted and drew a circle in front of his body with his palms. The stars in the sky trembled, and a vast and mighty force descended with the power of his palms, pressing down on the realm. Teng Guang reached out with his right hand and grabbed lightly. A string of magical beads fell into his hand. There were a total of 16 beads, each of which was engraved with a symbol. Suddenly, 16 strange images appeared and struck forward. Within the seven-colored Milky Way, the 16 strange phenomena connected in the sky and turned into a string of magical beads that were hundreds of acres in size. Each bead was like a world on its own as they flew towards the vast stars. Boom! Suddenly, the universe was turned upside down and the power of the stars in the sky shattered. The vast power on Shang's body was directly dispersed. The 16 giant magic beads fell from the sky and chased after Shang. The qi and blood in his body surged, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. In his panic, he grabbed at the void with his big hand. Suddenly, the starry sky disappeared, and all the strange phenomena gathered into one point, turning into a round Xian artifact. It fell from the sky and was caught by Shang. Clang! The two axes of heaven and earth on the armillary sphere kept spinning, sending out circles of tremendous force. He hurriedly threw the object out. Boom! The armillary sphere transformed into a mountain, and the two axes rotated according to a certain rule. The vast power was like an infinite slash, blasting towards the world of the 16 magic beads. Bang! 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 The power of the world shattered one by one, and the phenomenon of the entire magic bead disappeared. Teng Guang's expression changed as the terrifying power backfired. He couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood and retreated in the air. The Tao spirit turned around and disappeared into his body. Her pale face was slightly flushed. He didn't dare to be careless for even a moment. He made a hand seal with one hand, and golden light surged from his body as he stared ahead vigilantly. The two of them exchanged a move and it was almost a draw. Everyone's heart was in turmoil as they felt the vast power. The qi and blood in their bodies surged, and they wanted to rush up and fight. Yi's face was cold as he took the armillary sphere back and held it in his palm. He said in a cold voice, "My profound level weapon is an ancient divine item that can transform the heavens and earth. Now that this weapon is one with my mind and I've reached the divine Tao, how can you fight me?" Teng Guang laughed coldly. "Haha. Relying on the might of a profound level weapon, and you think you're so great? You can create a small world. But don't forget that the great illusionary land is a big world created by me." He raised his hand, gently formed a seal, and pointed down from the sky. Suddenly, the entire world trembled, and the earth and sky began to spin rapidly like a spiral. Countless rays of light shot into the sky from all directions and gathered above him. What? The referee was shocked. The power from all sides contained endless array intent. The martial artists trapped in the 800 array Tao were also drained of their strength in an instant and were all drawn over to him. This great illusionary land has been destroyed. I'll use the power of this realm and see how you can block it. Teng Guang's eyes turned cold, and the hand seals in his hands changed in an orderly manner. The spirit turned into a shadow and sat cross-legged behind him. Its hands formed a seal and it remained motionless. Colorful light surged in the sky, and countless runes tumbled within. A light shout came out of Teng Guang's mouth. 10,000 sins, 3 filthy scenes. Yuanshin together protect. Tao return to nature. The Tao spirit behind him suddenly grew bigger. Countless colorful lights fell from the sky and entered Dao Ling's body. Its glass-like body turned colorful and continued to grow in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it reached the clouds like a giant spirit. Dao Ling raised his hand and grabbed. The power of one realm instantly spun in his hand, forming a vortex of colorful light. The earth trembled, and everyone felt as if a great disaster was imminent, as if the end of the world had arrived. Not good. Yunxiao cried out in surprise. This illusion is really going to collapse. Previously, they had been looking forward to it collapsing, but now that it was really about to collapse, everyone was frightened and panicked. Fanny grabbed Yunxiao's arm and put her head against it as she said softly, "Hold on tight. I'm scared." Yunxiao's face darkened. He tried a few times, but to no avail, so he had to give up. "Senior Jinan, will everyone die from this madman's one move?" "It's hard to say," said Beimang Nan. "This move draws on the power of the entire illusion, so it's hard to estimate how destructive it is. However, I'm more confident that this demon called Shang is going to die." "What?" Yunxiao was taken aback. "He has the armillary sphere, but he can't take it? Look at his previous battle, it's just SOSO. If there's a good opportunity, he might be able to keep his life unless he's buy-in," said Beimang. He turned his eyes and looked at the Ghost King in the distance. Suddenly, his pupils shrank and shot out a bright light. The Ghost King moved as expected. Wei Qing's expression turned complicated. "Should we stop him?" Yao Jinliang asked with a frown. Wei Qing stared at it for a while and said, "No need. Soaring Light's move is too overbearing. If it's used, not only Shang can't take it, but will also be affected. It's good to let this ghost block it." Yu Shengfeng and the others all nodded slightly, becoming vigilant. They clearly agreed with his point of view. On the ground, a green figure was standing somewhere. It was Luo Qingyun. He held a spear in his hand and stared at the terrifying sky with a serious expression. Behind him sat 8 ghost Azuras in a straight line. They were all eating primordial cores to recover their strength. "Ghost King." Yao Li's face was filled with anxiety as he shouted, "Lord Ghost King, attack." The Ghost King's face was gloomy. He didn't say a word as he walked forward step by step. No one knew what he was thinking. Shang held the armillary sphere in one hand and continuously sent incantations into it. All kinds of Dao will were displayed, forming a small world of its own. However, compared to the terrifying celestial phenomenon, it was insignificant. "Lord Ghost King, help me," he said with a grave expression. "Why should I help you?" The Ghost King snorted. This was clearly the rhythm of negotiating conditions. "Say it. As long as it's something I can accept, I'll agree to it." The Ghost King's eyes suddenly lit up. "I want to change the contract with the Jili tribe." "What?" He was stunned for a moment and gave him a strange look. Then, he looked at Li in the distance. Li was also a little stunned. He didn't expect such a condition. He didn't react at all and stood there in a daze. "I can't remember how many years ago," the Ghost King said. "I made a bet with the leader of the Jili tribe, Yaoji. In the end, I lost and signed this unfair contract. If I help you, the condition is to break this contract." Li thought for a moment, but he didn't have the name of this ancestor Ji in his memory. It must have been a very long time ago. "All right," she readily agreed. "However, the condition is not for you to help him this time, but for you to help Lord Shang obtain his Tao spirit and kill all the humans present." Everyone's body trembled, and their eyes shot out cold killing intent as they stared at Li. If looks could kill, Li would have been dismembered. The Ghost King hesitated. There were too many experts present, but he didn't want to give up this opportunity to regain his freedom. All of a sudden, the sky was filled with colorful clouds. Tungguang's Tao spirit absorbed the power of the first realm into his body and formed a hand seal with one hand. A cloud of colorful light turned into a talisman that spun in his palm and slammed down. The 4 corners of the world fell into darkness, and the 4 poles collapsed. "Good. I promise you." The Ghost King gritted his teeth. The situation was already set in stone, and he had no time to think. A vast and strange force gushed out from his body. The strange will flew into the sky and grew to half an acre in size, spinning continuously. Xiao's pupils constricted. This thing again? He cried out in surprise. Is this will also a supreme-grade mystic artifact? No one could answer him. Xiang suddenly shouted and threw the armillary sphere in his hand. It also transformed in the air, turning into an endless starry sky with Dao will multiplying. The two terrifying forces swirled in the air, each forming a realm of their own. Dao Ling's palm slammed down on the two profound level weapons. The whole world trembled and a huge light spread out from the center of the three forces. The entire illusion was filled with colorful lights and the sky and earth cracked. The 800 array palaces exploded under the halo, and the trapped warriors inside were all sent flying. Each of them spat out a large mouthful of blood, but they quickly circulated to resist. Those who were weaker directly died. The Ghost King let out a roar as his hands kept sending seals into the wheel. The 33 Merit Chao appeared again, and large amounts of ghost energy flew out to resist Dao Ling's palm. Xiang's face was also ferocious. His body glowed with gold and silver light, and a terrifying energy wave was transmitted into the armillary sphere. The force of the realm pressed down and bounced back through the profound level weapon, causing his body to tremble. The black and white in his eyes rippled like water. No, I can't lose. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and I've finally gotten to this point. I must win. I must win. Clouds of blood mist suddenly burst out from that huge body. Endless power surged into the two horns, and the two radiances quickly spread out and rushed into the sky. The balance seemed to be broken at this moment, or the illusion finally couldn't hold on. A cracking sound came from between heaven and earth, as if the sky was broken. Boom! The sky collapsed and the earth caved in. Everything was in chaos. The terrifying power spread out in all directions, and everyone was swept into it, spinning in the storm of the end of the world. Shocked, Xiao took out the Tusada Heavenly Peak again, and the four-colored force shot out and fixed the space. Feini and Beimang Nan protected each other on the left and right. The three of them were covered by the four-colored earth elemental power. Although they could not see the violent outside world, the inside was still very quiet and safe. After an unknown amount of time, that terrifying power gradually dissipated. The entire world was covered in a dense gray mist. The sun and moon had lost their light, as if the world had just been created. When the energy storm gradually dissipated and became lighter, Xiao took back the four-colored mountain and looked at everything in front of him in horror. Everything within 1,000 miles had been razed to the ground. At the place where Tung Guang and the other two were fighting, there was a huge natural chasm on the ground. The crack seemed to lead directly to a bottomless abyss, with no end in sight. The three of them stood above the chasm, their faces pale. Feini's voice trembled. Is he dead? Are they all dead? Suddenly, two rays of light flickered in front of him and fell from the sky. They turned into two figures with ferocious and terrifying faces. You're not dead yet. Feini was shocked and could not help but take a few steps back. The two people in front of him were Xiang and Ghost King. However, their expressions were also extremely unsightly. Their bodies were still panting, and the origin energy they emitted was extremely unstable. Xiang, in particular, had lost all his luster with his horns, and he looked like he was about to collapse. He gave Xiao a fierce look, and a murderous aura burst out of him. What a powerful killing intent. Xiao sneered and said, "Why are you staring at me like that? Do you want to get beaten up?" He grabbed with his bare hand, and the Tusada Heavenly Peak hung under his palm, smashing over fiercely. Xiang was enraged. His fingers clenched into a fist and he punched. Bang! With a loud explosion, the mountain was sent flying, but the sound of bones cracking could be heard from Xiang's arm as he was sent flying backward. He was bewildered. He looked at his fist in shock. A few of the bones in his fist had actually broken. He was stunned. Xiao was also shocked. This was the first time he had seen a four-colored mountain being blown away. It was clear that although Xiang had consumed a lot of energy at the moment, The strength of his physical body was still far above that of an ordinary great demon. This is a Xianxia," the Ghost King exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the four-colored Tusada peak with a strange expression. But in the blink of an eye he withdrew his gaze. His eyes were filled with green flames as he began to look around. "Come out!" he suddenly shouted. His voice reverberated, and the sky started to shake. Chang Tianshang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Teng Guang's figure appeared with an unusually pale face. The green fire in the Ghost King's eyes suddenly flickered and shot out a sharp light. Under that move just now, it seemed that he was the only one in the best state. "How lamentable! Can you still fight?" The Ghost King's face was cold and filled with unspeakable ridicule. Teng Guang spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was abnormally pale and his muscles were gradually shriveling. His life force was also rapidly depleting. "Soaring light!" Yunxiao cried out in surprise and teleported to his side to support him. "How is it?" Teng Guang shook his head slightly. "Can't make it. My Dao foundation has been destroyed. I don't think I'll live long." He grabbed Yunxiao with an eager look in his eyes, and his lips trembled slightly as he sent a voice transmission. With that move, Dao's spirit died and turned back into the true body of the Dao fruit. "It's in my body now. Kill me quickly and take the Dao fruit." Yunxiao trembled as he looked at him in horror and said, "Don't let your thoughts run wild. Just hang in there. As long as the power of the Dao fruit is dissolved in your body, it should be able to heal your injuries." Teng Guang laughed bitterly. "So what if I'm cured? My life's work was destroyed in a day. I have no more attachments to this life." Bang! He suddenly raised his hand and thrust it into his chest, then pulled out the Dao fruit and stuffed it into Yunxiao's hand, urging, "Let's go." Yunxiao was taken aback by his behavior. The Dao fruit was covered in scarlet blood, which was dripping down. "Give it to me. Die!" The Ghost King roared and instantly charged forward. At the same time, he opened his palm and slapped down, causing a vast power to sweep out. "Can you leave?" Wei Qing's cold voice also sounded out. His figure flickered as he also rushed over and shouted, "Give me the Dao fruit, or it'll be taken by this ghostly thing." Yunxiao's face darkened, and he made a prompt decision to throw the Dao fruit away, which turned into a stream of light and shot into the distance. "You coward!" Teng Guang was shocked and furious. "Don't be angry," Yunxiao said with a wry smile. "You'd better recover from your injuries first. How can I protect that Dao fruit with my power? Forcefully possessing it would only lead to one's own destruction." Teng Guang's expression was gloomy and uncertain, but he was even more unwilling and desperate. As he looked at the Dao fruit that flew away, his eyes were filled with despair. As expected, as soon as the Dao fruit was thrown, the Ghost King and Wei Qing immediately shifted their positions in the air. They no longer cared about them and directly went to the Dao fruit. Suddenly, the space in front of him shook and Yu Shengfeng's figure appeared. His eyes were filled with excitement as he opened his hand to grab the Dao fruit. Swish! The space twisted and the Dao fruit suddenly shifted. Immediately after, a cloud-splitting arrow shot down and flew past his arm. "Damn it!" Yu Shengfeng was furious. He unsheathed the ancient dust sword, and the sword light slashed in all directions. Countless dragons flew out, and the sword light directly stabbed towards the side of the Dao fruit. Bang! Xianhua's figure could not hide under the sword chi. The broken star bow blocked in front of him, but sparks were created by the big sword. "The Dao fruit is mine. No one can snatch it." In a moment, the Ghost King caught up. He grabbed with his 5 fingers and sealed the space around him. Then he grabbed the Dao fruit happily. All of a sudden, a red light flashed, and a sharp long sword stabbed toward him silently. "Jian Gu!" Lu Fian shouted softly, and a red lotus suddenly bloomed and fell directly into the Ghost King's big hand. Damn it! The Ghost King was furious. He suddenly clenched his fist and struck at the red lotus, shattering it. At the same time, he grabbed at the Dao fruit with his other hand. Lu Fian's expression froze and a cold light flashed across her eyes. As her figure flickered, a sharp sword will immediately struck out. However, it did not slash at the Ghost King, but directly at the Dao fruit. Damn it! What do you want to do? The Ghost King roared, and the rest of the people also stopped, their hearts twitching violently. Stop! Under the Ghost King's strong wind, most of the sword chi was blocked. However, Lu Fian's long sword shook, and a deafening sound spread out. It was like a cold water sword suddenly slashing onto the Dao fruit. Ah! In an instant, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Their eyes were wide open as they watched this heartbreaking scene. The sword chi slashed into the Dao fruit, and colorful lights shot out. Cracks began to appear on the Dao fruit, growing larger and larger. Bang! A heart-wrenching sound rang out. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, the Dao fruit suddenly split open and turned into several rays of light that shot in all directions. Damn it! The Ghost King roared, and a terrifying power gathered on his fist, blasting towards Lu Fian. Bang! Lu Fian blocked with her sword, and that vast power directly bent the water-like cold sword. With a sudden shake, her entire body was instantly sent flying a few hundred feet, and the long sword in front of her was still vibrating. A strange look appeared in her eyes. A strange force invaded her body along the sword. She circulated her essence force and instantly shattered that force. However, she was still extremely shocked. The Ghost King's killing intent rose after the attack. He was about to pursue, but he suddenly found that several rays of light rose directly into the air and chased after the light of the shattered Dao fruit. Arg! All of you stop! The Dao fruit is mine! He roared and suddenly chased after the figure closest to him. I'm going to kill all of you! Lu Fian also hurriedly chased after a ray of light. The Dao fruit was cut into 5 pieces by her sword and shot in 5 different directions. Tung Guang couldn't help but bitterly laugh and spit out another mouthful of blood. His cough was abnormally intense. He pushed Yunxiao away and said, "Hurry up and grab the Dao fruit fragment. With your strength and talent, even if you only have a fragment, you can comprehend many things and step into the great Dao of the God realm." Yunxiao, however, did not move. He took out a pile of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and handed them over as he said, "Don't talk nonsense. Let's suppress our injuries first." Tung Guang was stunned. Within the pile of treasures, a primordial essence elixir was emitting astonishing spiritual qi. He said in surprise, 9-5 Supreme Pill." Yunxiao nodded. "You've been to Xianxia Palace?" he asked suspiciously. Yunxiao shook his head. "Forget it. Let's not waste it," Tung Guang said with a bitter smile. "In my current state, my Dao foundation has been destroyed. Even if I recover my strength, I'm afraid I'll never be able to advance again. What's the point of living?" "It's always good to be alive," Yunxiao said. "Maybe there's still a chance. If I die, I won't have a single chance." "AI!" Tung Guang sighed and looked listless. He took the pill and swallowed it. Although he had started to heal his injuries, his eyes were lifeless, as if his heart was dead. The people around had long disappeared, all of them crazily snatching the Dao fruit fragments. Even Baiming Nan and Fei and I had disappeared in a flash. The sound of a violent battle suddenly rang out in the distance. It was the Ghost King that was chasing after Yu Shangfeng and attacking him, constantly roaring. Yu Shangfeng was suppressed in a few moves and felt somewhat powerless. He couldn't help but be furious. "I don't have only one Dao fruit fragment. Why do you have to fight with me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? All the fragments are mine," the Ghost King said coldly. "Whoever takes them will die. I'll kill you first." The wind from his fists continued to blow. Although he didn't have a profound level weapon, his physical body was strong enough to resist the ancient dust sword. He suppressed Chu Shangfeng to the point where he couldn't fight back. Yu Shangfeng was shocked and angry. His face was livid as he said in a cold voice, "Shang's fragment is the largest one. Mine is only of the middle grade. If you waste any more time here, don't even think about getting the other fragments. I'll remember everyone here," the Ghost King said coldly. "Even if I run to the ends of the earth, I'll still be able to get them back." He cupped his hands and suddenly raised them up and slammed them down. Bang! Yu Shengfeng blocked with his sword, and under the impact of a huge force, his body was pushed back. The Ghost King's eyes turned cold, and with a step, he shrank the ground into an inch and chased after him, saying, "Humph! I'm going to kill all of you anyway, so I'm killing two birds with one stone." Yu Shengfeng was furious. His body flipped a few times in the air and his hands immediately formed a seal. A circle of devil essence flashed and turned into 3 heads and 6 arms. "What?" The Ghost King was shocked. His eyes widened and he said in horror, "Who are you?" "A Dharma true body. I'm the one who will kill you," Yu Shengfeng sneered. Behind him, he raised the Ma Liang divine brush and waved it down from the sky. Zhu Mo pointed and immediately drew an inescapable net, which instantly came out from all directions and covered the Ghost King. "What kind of nonsense is this?" The Ghost King shouted and suddenly opened his arms and raised his fists. Endless ghost chi surged from his body and rushed in all directions, shaking the inescapable net and preventing it from landing on his body. Yu Shengfeng's expression turned cold as he raised the royal carriage. Green light rushed out and all kinds of strange phenomena spread out from his body. The Ghost King's pupils shrank as he shouted. The wheel flew out and instantly scattered the inescapable net around him, directly pressing down on Yu Shengfeng. Boom! The huge wheel was like a millstone that was suppressing the apparition of the treasure carriage. It kept grinding and shattering the apparition. Yu Shengfeng was shocked. He spread his 6 arms, and the dark wheel flew up, turning into a huge light wheel that directly slashed at the wheel. Swish! The Ghost King's figure flickered and stepped on the big wheel. He put his hands together in front of his body and formed a claw seal, covering the dark wheel. Clang! 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 Under the attack of his palms, the underworld will kept spinning. The sharp edge of the underworld will cut through his scales, making loud noises. Yu Shengfeng's face was filled with anger. He grabbed the ancient dust sword and continuously slashed upwards. Dragon shadows bombarded the wheel, trying to break it. The Dao fruit was cut into 5 pieces by Lu Fian. After she was pushed back by the Ghost King, she also flashed and chased after one of the pieces. Suddenly, a ray of cold light flashed, like the sun shining down. It turned into a silver snake and bit over. Lu Fian's face darkened. She unsheathed her long sword and with a clang sound, she slashed. The silver snake suddenly turned back into a silver sword and coiled around the opponent's long sword, creating a circle of sword momentum. Lu Fian's brows furrowed and her left hand formed a seal and slapped onto the sword. Dang! The sound of the sword reverberated, and circles of light shot out, bouncing off the silver sword that was wrapped around it, and creating rays of light in the air. Heavenly record Wu Hua! Die! She shouted, and her long sword chased after the silver snake. The sword chi turned into a tornado in the air, tearing the entire sky into countless pieces. Bang! The silver sword fell into the hands of the newcomer, and he hurriedly waved out dozens of sword chi, shooting them up. Boom, boom, boom! Rays of silver light cut into the storm of sword chi and finally stopped the power of the sword. The demon temple took a closer look and saw that Lu Fian had already drifted away after she slashed out with her sword. She was a few hundred feet away from him. Damn it! The demon temple let out a loud roar, then transformed into a stream of light and chased after him. Swish! Suddenly, the wind and clouds stirred, and an arrow light shot over like a shooting star toward the demon temple. Boom! The arrow light exploded in front of the demon temple, and a terrifying force rushed forward, blocking the temple's path. Fian, go after the Dao fruit. Leave this to me. A light flashed in the sky, and Xianxia walked over step by step with a longbow on his back. His face was cold. Although he was exhausted from the previous battle, he was confident that he could still hold the demon temple back. Xiai's face sank. He knew that there was no hope of snatching the second Dao fruit. He immediately snorted and flew away. A few thousand feet away, Shang's hand grabbed a Dao fruit fragment, his eyes flashing with excitement. He flipped his hand and put away the Dao fruit fragment. Then he said coldly, "Is it really good to spy on me in the dark?" Get out. Ripples that looked like water appeared not far away from him. Duanmu Yoyu walked out with a calm expression. He kept forming hand seals as if he was calculating something. There was a look of doubt on his face. What, do you want to have a fight too? The referee asked coldly. No need, Duanmu Yoyu said after some thought. Oh? Are human powerhouses afraid of death? The judge sneered. Duanmu Yoyu said, It's not that I'm afraid of death. I don't have any intention of arguing about the fruit of the way. Also, I did a free divination for you just now. It was the worst fortune. You have to be careful. TSK. Ha! Ha ha. Can you not make people laugh their heads off? Xianxia laughed. You're also a divine transcendence expert. You don't dare to make a move, so you're using nonsense to deceive people. You're really powerful. Duanmu Yoyu smiled faintly. It's fine if you don't believe it. The destiny of the heavens is an objective existence. It won't change just because you don't believe it. Trash. Shang sneered. If you have nothing else to say, I'll take the fruit and leave. Duanmu Yoyu still had a smile on his face. He made a gesture and said, Please, he said. Ha 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 ha. So this is a human expert? It's so embarrassing. Shang laughed mockingly, and in a flash he returned to where he was. He took out the Dao fruit fragment and stared at it for a while. Extreme desire and excitement appeared in his eyes, and he suddenly said, Li Ci, protect me. Ci had just returned from chasing Lu Fian and was about to go after the other Dao fruit when he heard Shang's words. He flashed and flew to his side. Li also flew up to the sky and landed in front of Shang. Shang, what are you doing? Shang grabbed the Dao fruit fragment and said, After the fruit split open, the divine Dao will was quickly lost. I have to take advantage of the fact that it's still useful to refine it and rush to the final step. His eyes were filled with determination and excitement. Lord Shang, is 1/5 of the Dao fruit fragments enough? Ci asked in shock. Perhaps not, but I still have another move. With these chips, it'll be enough. The referee smiled strangely. Li's heart skipped a beat. Then, he understood and said, Are we finally going to use it? However, Lord Shang, it would be inconvenient for the human powerhouses to look around. It's better to leave as soon as possible and find a safe place. No, it's too late. I'll use the Taiji Heaven Sealing Seal to seal this space. Then I'll use the Armillary Sphere to set up a barrier. With the two of you guarding the outside, even if they join forces, it won't be easy to break it in a short time. Besides, we're all fighting for the Dao fruit now. Who has the time to care about me? Be careful, Shang, Li said. He nodded his head and immediately used his innate ability. His golden and silver horns brightened and his eyes turned black and white. A Taiji diagram appeared around him. The Tai Chi pattern flew up from Shang's body and into the sky. It instantly expanded to 1/2 acre in size and turned this area into a forbidden land. At the same time, he waved his hand and the armillary sphere spun out with a wong 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 sound. It suddenly flew into the sky and directly merged into the Tai Chi. The heaven and earth dual axes gushed out a vast power, and the sun, moon, and stars were lined up on the axis. Li Ci immediately stood guard around the barrier, guarding it vigilantly. Shang's action immediately alarmed the crowd. Yun Xiao asked in surprise, What is he doing? Tang Guang raised his head and said expressionlessly, that Yao Shang snatched a piece of the Dao fruit fragment and wanted to comprehend it on the spot. Dao fruit fragments? Yun Xiao cried out in surprise. Ha ha! Tang Guang's eyes were filled with a complicated expression as he said, The innate divine ability of the Huodo clan is indeed very powerful. When they seal themselves, it's very difficult for the outside world to break through. With the protection of the Armillary Sphere and the Demon Temple, I'm afraid only the Ghost King has such ability. But the Ghost King is with them, Yun Xiao said. If Shang can completely absorb this Dao fruit fragment, I'm afraid that not only will his injuries be healed, but he will also be able to advance 100 feet further. His face also revealed a trace of solemnness. Inside the Taiji Heaven Sealing Seal under the Armillary Sphere, Shang stared at the Dao fruit fragment that was the size of a baby's fist and said excitedly, It's not complete, but it's enough. He directly threw this Dao fruit fragment into the air and it flew into the sky, emitting a white light. Then he cast a seal into the armillary sphere. The sun, moon, and stars rotated, and a yellow light shot down, turning into a human figure. "Li Yi, I need your help," he said as he looked at the figure, his eyes flashing. Li Yi nodded and said, "I understand. Didn't you cultivate me for today? To be able to witness Lord Shang's ascension to godhood. I, Li Yi, am honored." "You don't have to worry too much," he said. "I'm just extracting the chi of the demonic mother in your body. I won't harm your life." Li Yi smiled indifferently and said, "So what if it's life-threatening? To die for Darren? What is the meaning of death? We are on the same mountain." His gaze gradually softened, and a look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. He said softly, "I've come from the southern region, step by step, and reached a realm that I've never dared to imagine in my life. I've become a martial sovereign and dominated the world. It's all thanks to Shang and the Lord's care. I can die with no regrets. It's just that I'm proud." He looked worried. "What wish do you have? I can help you fulfill it. Once you extract the mother's power, you may lose all your cultivation." A murderous look flashed in Li Yi's eyes as he pointed a finger at Xianxia in the distance. His face was full of anger as he said coldly, "My greatest wish in this life is to kill Li Xianxia. Can Master Yi help me realize my wish? Even if you didn't mention it, I would have killed him anyway." Shang laughed. "When I step into the God realm, it'll be as easy as lifting a finger and I'll turn him into ashes with a snap of my fingers." "All right." Li Yi's face was filled with determination as he gritted his teeth and said, "As long as Xianxia dies, I will have no regrets even giving my life to you, not to mention all my cultivation base." "Don't worry," the judge said. "After I succeed, I'll kill Li Xianxia in front of you and fulfill your life's wish." Li Yi nodded and opened his arms. He slowly closed his eyes and said, "Take all my cultivation. Let me, Li Yi, witness with my own eyes the birth of the first immortal state warrior in tens of thousands of years in the realm of heavenly martial arts." "Thank you," the referee said. A glint shot out of his eyes as he drew a talisman in the air with one hand and pointed a finger at Li Yi. Woof! Buzz! Buzz! Whoosh! Several finger radiances directly pierced through several of Li Yi's acupuncture points. A strange power surged in Li Yi's body and condensed into an array that connected all the wounds. Li Yi's expression turned into one of pain, and bean-sized beads of cold sweat began to drip down his forehead. The referee's face turned serious as he kept making hand seals, sending them all into Li Yi's body. A light red energy began to flow out of Li Yi's body like dust. Richard's pupils constricted and shone with excitement. It quickly formed a seal with both hands and slammed it onto the formation in front of Li Yi's chest. Immediately, a red light enveloped the two of them. "Don't resist," Shang shouted. "Let my power draw out the mother's power." "Don't worry, Lord Shang," said Li Yi through gritted teeth, his face pale. "Go ahead and draw." "N," the referee responded and slowly closed his eyes. A mark appeared in his hands, continuously extracting the pink power from Li Yi's body. The people outside the seal watched with their eyes wide open in shock. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with realization, as he seemed to understand why the demons had been cultivating Li Yi at all costs. Suddenly, Li Yi's body moved. He put his hands together in front of him and made a strange mark as well. Then he grabbed Shang's arm. Bang! A pink halo spread out from Shang's arm, and a strange Tai Chi pattern appeared between Li Yi's hands. "Li Yi, what are you doing? You're courting death." Shang bellowed in shock, as if he had sensed something. Li Yi's face gradually turned from pale white to rosy red, and he grinned evilly. "Ha ha ha ha. Yao Shang, you want to extract my martial arts and turn me into a cripple. Today, I'll extract your power." What kind of cultivation technique is this?" Shang was shocked. He could only feel that after his arm was grabbed by Li Yi, he could not move at all. The demonic energy that was originally flowing from Li Yi's body was not only flowing back, but it was also wantonly extracting the power that originally belonged to him. You coward! The referee was shocked beyond words and shouted, "What are you doing? Stop!" Xiang was not the only one who was shocked by the turn of events. Everyone else was dumbfounded as well. Outside the seal, Li Hisai was completely petrified and was at a loss. The sky-sealing mark was so powerful that outsiders could not enter at all. Even if they joined forces, they weren't confident that they could break through it, not to mention that there was a barrier formed by the power of the armillary sphere. They were completely unable to rescue him. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he stared at the strange Tai Chi pattern in Li Yi's hand. What kind of divine ability is this? It's so strange. Teng Guang also frowned and said, "It's similar to Xiang's technique. It's like it's specialized in restraining the opponent from extracting his elemental energy." Within the barrier, Li Yi's face was dark as he said coldly, "Yao Xiang, do you really think that I'm so stupid that I'm willing to die for you? You're raising me like a domestic fowl, and when the time comes you'll slaughter and eat me, yet you want me to thank you? I'm grateful to you for your entire family of bastards. I'm telling you, even a rabbit will bite when it's anxious." Xiang's expression turned extremely unsightly. He did not know what kind of strange skill Li Yi was using, but it seemed to be specifically targeted at him. At this moment, most of his strength was used to maintain the operation of the Taiji sky-sealing seal and the armillary sphere. Under Li Yi's grip, he could not move at all and could only watch as his strength flowed away. "Damn it! Damn it! Stop!" Xiang roared repeatedly, his body shaking uncontrollably. Li Hisai, who was standing outside, was completely dumbfounded. He only reacted after a while. "Stop!" he shouted. "Otherwise, I'll tear you to pieces." Li Yi sneered, his eyes filled with mockery as he said, "If I stop, I'll really be dead. It's better to risk my life. I'll be the one to become a god if I drain all your power." "Ha ha ha!" Li trembled with anger. "Li Yi, I've saved you from the edge of death so many times. How dare you return my kindness with ingratitude? Save? Your mother's fart. If you didn't treat me like a pig and fatten me up so you could kill me, would you save me?" Li cursed loudly, his eyes filled with ferocity. "I've been preparing for today since the first day I was chosen to be reared by you. I've never been a master who would wait for death without doing anything. Whoever wants my life, even if I can't defeat him, I will make him lose 3 layers of skin." Xiang gradually calmed down. This was his most dangerous moment, and if he was not careful, he would really end up benefiting Li Yi. He said calmly, "Li Yi, even if you take a portion of my power, you can't become a god. Once I break free, we'll both be injured, and you'll be hunted down by my demon race." Li Yi sneered, "Yao Xiang, you're in the wrong. If you can become a god, why can't I? Moreover, I'm a demon mother, so my talent shouldn't be weaker than yours, right? Since you're thinking about the great cause of the monster race, why don't you just give me all your power? I'll definitely treasure your power and protect your monster race. By the way, do you have any other wishes? Tell me and I'll complete it for you." The gang leader's body trembled with anger as the origin power in his body constantly fluctuated, transforming into halos that spread out in all directions. However, even more power was rapidly flowing away, madly surging into Li Yi's body. "Oh, and this Dao fruit. You can eat it, so why can't I?" Li Yi jerked his head up and looked at the Dao fruit fragment that was suspended quietly in the sky. He opened his mouth wide and inhaled. The entire space twisted, and a large amount of air was sucked into his lungs, causing his body to expand. The Dao fruit fragment also flew down rapidly, heading for his mouth. "Damn it!" The referee was furious and made a prompt decision. She would rather be heavily injured than allow Li Yi to continue absorbing it. If he were to snatch away her essence force and the Dao fruit, her cultivation and tens of thousands of years of hard work would be in vain. "Die!" he shouted, and the 2 horns on his head shot out a terrifying force that surged forward. The seal barrier that filled the sky also collapsed at this moment. With a boom, it turned into countless fragments. Richard spat out a large mouthful of blood and forcefully broke free from Li Yi's grip. His face was abnormally pale. As soon as he let go, he channeled his elemental energy into his palm and slapped it out without a word, intending to kill Li Yi on the spot. The rage in his heart could no longer be described with words. Only by blasting Li Yi into dust could he slightly vent his anger. Li Yi was shocked and swallowed the Dao fruit in one gulp. At the same time, he threw out his fists to meet the attack, pouring all his strength into this one attack. Boom! The terrifying power of the fist dispersed. An array of green light spread out. Xiang was actually forced back a few steps by the green light. He was shocked and stared ahead in anger. After the light dissipated, a green figure appeared in front of Li Yi, looking at Xiang with a mocking expression. Li Yi was overjoyed. He quickly went forward and bowed. Lord Wei Qing! That figure was Wei Qing. His eyes flashed with killing intent and he said coldly, "Did you eat that Dao fruit fragment just now?" Li Yi's body trembled as he hurriedly lowered his head and said, "The situation was urgent just now. I thought I was dead for sure." Afraid that the Dao fruit would be snatched back, he gritted his teeth and swallowed it. This Dao fruit fragment was originally seized and presented to Darren. "I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Please punish me." Wei Qing stared at the face for a while before saying, "So be it. It's your fortune to be able to obtain a Dao fruit fragment. In addition, since you've been secretly relying on me, I'll give you this Dao fruit fragment." Xiang's expression turned cold, and a boundless rage burst out from him as he glared at Wei Qing and Li Yi. Suddenly dawned on Yunxiao as well. He recalled how Li Yi had countered Xiang's attack just now. If he did not have a strong backer, how could he have obtained such a magical cultivation technique? He didn't expect this kid to have joined Wei Qing so early on, but he didn't know how he managed to contact him. Li Yi cursed in his heart. If he had not been smart enough to eat it in one bite, he would not have had his share now. However, he still pretended to shed tears of gratitude and was so excited that he was speechless. He said loudly, "Many thanks for Lord Wei Qing's fruit. Lord has given me a new life. The heavens and earth can't compare to Darren's kindness. How can the deep river and deep sea compare to Darren's kindness?" Everyone had goosebumps all over their bodies, and Wei Qing also felt uncomfortable all over. He snorted and said, "Go rest and digest the Dao fruit. As long as you are loyal to me, you will be of great use in the future." "Yes, thank you, sir." Li Yi's face was filled with gratitude as he hurriedly landed on the ground. He carefully hid far away and was on high alert against the Devil Clan. Although he had absorbed a portion of Xiang's power and eaten the Dao fruit, he could not digest it in a short time. However, Xiang's power seemed to be very approachable to him, and it was warm and comfortable inside his body. Xiang's body was already green with rage. He grabbed the armillary sphere and pointed it at Wei Qing. "Get lost. I'm definitely going to kill that brat today. If you don't scram, I'll kill you as well." Li Hixi also flew to Xiang's side, his face full of anxiety. They knew that Xiang had gone completely berserk, but now was not the time to clash with the humans. If they did, the situation would only get worse. "Lord Xiang, let's leave first. We'll discuss further." Li mustered up his courage. "Kill me?" Wei Qing's face was cold as he mocked. "Leave? These two things are too difficult." He waved his hand and a ray of green light fell. It was Luo Qingyun, followed by 8 ghost Azuras who had fully recovered. Not good. Not only the few great demons, but the rest of the people also had a grave expression on their faces, knowing that things were not good. The 8 ghost Azuras were enough to control the entire situation. Luo Qingyun's expression was cold. He waved his spear, and the sound waves on it surged. The 8 ghost Azuras opened their eyes wide, and the power in their bodies surged out. "Kill all 3 of them," he ordered coldly. Li and the other 2 felt the killing intent and their bodies turned cold. Xiang also gradually woke up from his anger and slowly regained his consciousness. A few flashes of light appeared in the distance. It was Wing, Meng, and the other 2. They flew behind Xiang, their faces serious. Li even directly raised his war drum and beat it repeatedly, trying to summon the Ghost King. "Hold on!" Wei Qing suddenly shouted. Luo Qingyun frowned and swept his spear across, stopping the 8 ghost Azuras. "Let's not kill these people first," Wei Qing said. "Let's get the Dao fruit fragments back first." "Nye Shengfeng Lu Fian," he said coldly. Out of the 5 Dao fruit fragments, Chu Shengfeng, Lu Fian and Shang had each taken one. The last one was in Wei Qing's hands. As for the last piece, he stared into the distance and saw 3 figures engaged in a fierce battle. It was Qiu Mujie fighting Baiming Nan and Feini for the last piece. Humph, a peak 9-star also wants to snatch the Dao fruit. He's really out of his mind. Kill them all. Wei Qing's expression turned cold as he said, "You go and snatch the 2 pieces from Nie Shengfeng and Lu Fian's hands. Leave these few pieces of trash to that person." Luo Qingyun was stunned and frowned. He had doubts in his heart, but it was not appropriate for him to ask. He directly flew away with the 8 ghost Azuras. The Ghost King was still standing on the big wheel with the underworld wheel in his hands. He was suppressing Gu Shengfeng and seemed to have entered a delicate balance. However, the large wheel continued to emit all kinds of halos, as if they were endless and would never be exhausted. On the other hand, the Royal Heaven treasure carriage was gradually getting weaker and weaker, constantly being worn down. The Ghost King's expression was calm, as if he was doing this with ease. He concealed his strength and purposely wore out Chu Shengfeng. Yu Shengfeng's 3 faces were completely filled with rage, as he continuously let out low roars, clearly unable to hold on any longer. After Xianxia and Lu Fian obtained a Dao fruit fragment, they flew away. They couldn't let Nie Shengfeng be killed by the Ghost King. They had to bring him back to the Sea of Soul Formation. This was the highest order given by Lu Zongzi. The 2 of them turned into rays of light and landed on both sides of the Ghost King. They were a few hundred feet away from each other, and they looked at each other coldly. The Ghost King raised his eyes and looked at the 2 of them, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and there was unspeakable ridicule. "Fian," Xianxia snorted coldly. "This monster is looking down on us." Tech. He took out his bow and began to channel his elemental energy. Lu Fian frowned and said, "Wait a little longer. It seems that Sir Sun Shengfeng can still hold on for a long time. We will attack after he is exhausted." The 2 of them had a direct conversation without any concealment. Yu Shengfeng was furious when he heard this and roared, "You 2 little brats, hurry up and attack. If I can't hold on, then with your meager strength you'll only die." Lu Fian pursed her lips and smiled. "Lord Yu Shengfeng, you don't have to worry about us. If you really have the intention, please fight seriously and consume more of the Ghost King's power. It'll save us a lot of effort when the 2 of us take action later." "Haha, you're right," Xianxia praised and gave a thumbs up. Chu Shengfeng was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His 3 Dharma forms roared continuously, and the demonic patterns on his body surged stronger and stronger. However, no matter how he attacked, he couldn't break through the wheel's suppression. He didn't know what kind of profound level weapon this was. Just as the 2 of them were waiting, their expressions suddenly changed drastically, and they coldly looked at Luo Qingyun and the 8 ghost Azuras flying over, standing in a row in front of them. The Ghost King also opened its eyes, which flickered with a green light. It seemed to have become somewhat vigilant. He had just suppressed the 8 ghost Azuras by himself, but was unable to kill them. Naturally, he understood the power of these things. Yu Shengfeng laughed out loud. "Haha, 2 little brats. You want to take advantage of this old man. You're happy now, right?" Luo Qingyun's face was calm. He stretched out his hand and said, "I'm only here for the Dao fruit fragment. Hand over the Dao fruit fragment and you can leave." Lu Fian raised her hand, her fingers flowing through her hair as she laughed. "I also want the Dao fruit fragment." "Then I'm sorry, you 2 can die now." Luo Qingyun snorted. The 8 ghost Azuras flew up and formed groups of 4, completely surrounding the 2. Xianhua's brows furrowed. The essence energy fluctuations on these ghostly things' bodies don't seem to have decreased in the slightest. How did they recover so quickly? Lu Fian's eyes flickered non-stop. She suddenly reached out and held the Tao fruit fragment in her palm, emitting a strong Tao will. "Little brother, take it." She smiled sweetly, and the Tao fruit fragment immediately flew up into the air and headed toward Luo Qingyun. Luo Qingyun was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the other party to be so forthright. He nodded and said, "A wise man submits to circumstances." Red Lotus Martial Emperor is indeed able to recognize the situation. He took a step forward and grabbed the Tao fruit fragment. The Ghost King's pupils also contracted, and green light burst out from them. He couldn't help but smack his mouth, obviously wanting to eat it very much. "Fian, what are you doing?" Xianxia was shocked. "This little brother is right. A wise man submits to circumstances." Lu Fian said, "Xianxia, how much of your power do you still have?" They were simply no match for these ghost Azuras. Besides, the purpose of our trip is not the Tao fruit, so it's good that we can get it, but there's nothing to regret if we can't. Xianxia fell silent, but his face was still filled with unwillingness as he snorted heavily. Luo Qingyun caught the Tao fruit fragment and put it away, then said, "You didn't play any tricks. Very good. You two can go to the side." Xianhua's face was gloomy, while Lu Fian smiled indifferently and gave him a look. The two of them retreated into the distance. Luo Qingyun's eyes narrowed as he looked at the Ghost King. The 8 ghost Azuras also appeared around the Ghost King in a flash, all of them exuding killing intent. Everyone's gazes gathered on him, as if they were ready to kill him at any moment. Yu Shengfeng, who was under the big wheel, saw that the opportunity had come. He roared again and continuously slashed out jade dragons to break the suppression. Ci's face darkened. "I don't know what's going on with that Ghost King. He couldn't even take down Hu Shengfeng. He's not as sharp as he was when he dealt with the Ghost Azura. There seems to be a problem. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to rely on him to kill all the humans. It's certain that the Ghost King is hiding his power, but if he really wants to regain his freedom, he must fulfill the promise he made with Li," Yi said coldly with a livid expression. "Let's wait for the situation to develop. I don't believe Wei Qing can eat all 5 Tao fruit fragments." His desire for the Tao fruit fragment had not died down, and his eyes were glancing into the distance, wondering how he could capture Li Yi. Now that he had lost the Tao fruit, he had lost Li Yi as well, and a portion of his power had even been taken away. It was a complete defeat, and all of this was caused by Li Yi. His hatred for Li Yi had reached its peak. "Lord Shang," Ci said coldly with a dark expression, "why don't you just use Li Yi to make the elixir when we capture him? Even though the effect isn't as convenient as extracting his power directly, at least it'll be foolproof." "I'll torture him once more," Shang said coldly. "I'll make him regret living in this world. Then, I'll use him to make pills." Although Li Yi could not hear their conversation from a distance, he could feel the bone-chilling gazes of Shang and the others. He could not help but shiver and be on high alert. After today's battle, he could be considered to have completely broken off from the monster race. He could only hug onto Wei Qing, this big tree, to seek a chance of survival. The threat from the monster race had always been like a huge rock pressing on his chest. He had been thinking of ways to survive all this time. Today, they had finally broken off, and his heart felt a burst of relief. At the same time, he couldn't help but be secretly happy. He didn't expect the person behind Tang Qing to be the ruler of the Holy Region. He had found the right person. As long as he followed Wei Qing well, it would not be a dream to become successful in the future. At this moment, Yun Xiao looked at Li Yi with a strange look in his eyes. "This kid came from Tianshui, just like me, and I've never taken him seriously. I can't believe he has become a top figure at this moment." Moreover, he had just broken off relations with the monster race and knocked Shang out of the dream of entering the immortal state, directly turning the current situation around. It could even affect the power structure of the realm of heavenly martial arts for the next few decades. To the human race, it could be said that he had made the greatest contribution. Li Yi also felt Yun Xiao's gaze, and his eyes immediately shot out a murderous aura as he looked back coldly. Although he was not Yun Xiao's opponent at the moment, he had absorbed part of Shang's power and swallowed a Tao fruit fragment. He would definitely surpass Yunxiao in the future. A lofty ambition spread in his heart, and he could not help but hold his head high. Suddenly, a light laugh rang out, and Duanmu Yoyu's figure appeared before the demons. He said, "Hee, Mr. Shang. Do you believe the fortune I just read?" He had a smile on his face, and his expression was calm and relaxed, as if everything was within his calculations. Shang's eyes glowed, and his expression changed. First, he had nowhere to vent his anger. Second, he had doubts about divination and no longer dared to underestimate the person in front of him. "Then why don't you perform another divination and see how the situation is today?" he said coldly. Duanmu Yoyu's expression became contemplative. "I've already tried it just now, and there was an extremely strong force that blocked the results of my calculations. I'm also very curious. This is also the reason why I stayed to see the results. Otherwise, I would have left long ago if the Dao fruit shattered." Extremely strong power? Shang and the others frowned and looked at the Ghost King. At this moment, the most powerful person was probably this mysterious and unfathomable Ghost King. As expected, even GE can't calculate it? A beam of light descended. It was Duanmu Tsang. His expression was also grave as he said, "I've also tried many times, but I still can't figure it out. It's as if something big is about to happen. Why don't we join forces and use the deity's mirror to see what's going on?" Everyone was slightly shocked. The deity's mirror was said to be the most powerful divination technique of the divination family, but no one had seen it before. Wei Qing and the others all frowned as they stared at the two siblings. Duanmu Yoyu said, "The deity's mirror is too harmful to one's body. Even if one uses it, one might not be able to see the secrets of heaven. Moreover, even if he did, he wouldn't be able to change anything. Little sister, you are a natural-born spiritual diviner. Since you have a bad premonition, something big must have happened. Fortunately, it won't take too long. We just need to watch quietly. Young Master Yu, are you saying that there will still be accidents in the current situation?" Wei Qing asked coldly. Duanmu Yoyu nodded and said, "Exactly. If there's an accident, it's most likely him," Wei Qing said with a faint smile. "Him?" Duanmu Yoyu furrowed his brows. Everyone also revealed suspicious expressions, not knowing what was going on. At this moment, the great illusionary land no longer existed. All the martial artists who were trapped inside and were lucky enough to survive when the illusionary land shattered had all come out. However, all of them flew far away, and no one dared to approach the center where Yunxiao and the others were. However, the martial artists who were watching from afar did not leave. Instead, they watched in horror. This was because these experts' auras were suffocating even from 1,000 feet away. Each of them was like a thunderclap that shook the world. They usually only existed in legends, but they were all gathered here at this moment. Han Junting had already returned to her old self and was inconspicuous in the crowd. There was a trace of doubt in her eyes as she stared at another group of people in the distance. Ning Qiyun also wore a veil and hid her chi. She was hidden among the group of people and was not noticed. However, there was a white-robed man beside Ning Qiyun. His entire body was wrapped in a white robe, and his face could not be seen clearly. Han Junting's eyes lit up as she fell into deep thought. At this moment, other than the divine transcendence and the peak martial emperor experts, no one dared to approach. Everyone was already sighing in admiration that they had managed to survive the great illusionary land. "Wei Qing is in control of the situation now," Ning Qiyun said in a low voice. "If we can join forces with the few people from the Sea of Soul Formation, we might have a chance of winning." A voice came from the white-robed man. "It's fate that the world will meet. Even if Wei Qing wins today's match, it's only a small victory. Moreover, he might not even win today's match." "Did Gongzi Yu predict something?" Ning Qiyun asked with a frown. The voice in the white robe said, "I didn't calculate anything, but this was also what he was puzzled about. Let's just wait and see for now. The chess game is no longer in our Red Moon City's hands. The experts of the world have only borrowed the territory of Red Moon City." "That's good," Ning Qiyun said. His father had just been resurrected and his cultivation was incomplete. In addition, the three old men were also like an arrow at the end of its flight, so it was indeed not appropriate for them to attack. Let's conserve our energy and sit and watch the storm rise. It's just a pity that the Dao fruit is wasted. AI, 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 AI. In the distance, the final battle for the Dao fruit had also been decided. Bai Mingnan held Qiu Muji back while Fei and I snatched the Dao fruit and flew back in a few flashes. Wei Qing snorted coldly as he stared at Fei and I, who was flying over from the distance. He said leisurely, "Young Master Feini, thank you for your hard work." Fei and I was stunned and her face was filled with vigilance. She snorted coldly, "Hard work? With the Dao fruit to take, how can it be hard?" She took a few steps back and quickly landed. She hurriedly handed the Dao fruit to Yunxiao and said, "Husband, here you go." "You snatched the Dao fruit and gave it to me?" Yunxiao asked in surprise. "What?" Fei and I blinked and smiled. "I have the heavenly phoenix nirvana body. I'll be able to attain a phenomenal success physical body sooner or later. You'll be able to attain the peak of the martial supreme realm very soon after eating this Dao fruit fragment." Yunxiao stared at the pure white Dao fruit fragment, which looked like a crystal-clear heart with a faint luster. "No need, just swallow it," he said firmly. "What?" Feini was shocked and seemed to be in disbelief. The rest of the people also frowned, revealing a look of confusion. The Dao fruit fragment was right in front of him, yet he could still refuse. There was actually such a fool in the world. "You're still as proud as ever." Teng Guang smiled bitterly. Yunxiao smiled faintly and did not comment. Duanmu Yoyu's lips also curled into a smile, and his eyes were filled with an indescribable playfulness. A cold glint flashed in Wei Qing's eyes. "Young Master Feini, since Li Yunxiao doesn't want it, I'll take it. My husband doesn't need it. I can just eat it like candy. Why should I give it to you?" Feini was on her guard and said coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt her heart stagnate. An inexplicable emotion welled up in her heart, as if she had a bad feeling. Duanmu Yoyu frowned. He formed a seal with his hands and said, "It's him." Then, everyone's expression changed. A ray of light gradually condensed in the air and formed a human figure. The figure looked at Fei and I and said, "Because Lord Wei Qing's will is my will." Fei and I's body trembled and she said in shock, Your Excellency." Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he said in surprise, "The head of the Long family, Long Qianmiao." The light gradually revealed a figure in red, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a stiff face. It was also Yunxiao's first time seeing Long Qianmiao's true face, but his lofty demeanor and the change in Feini's expression made him immediately realize that this man was the head of the Long family. What surprised him even more was that he was walking with Wei Qing. The rest of the people were also shocked, thinking that things were not good. Wei Qing, Yao Jinliang, and the 8 ghost Ajuras, as well as Zi Xiaoji, who was watching from afar, were already a force that could suppress the masses. At this moment, the head of the Long family had actually come. Duanmu Yoyu's face flashed with confusion. He asked curiously, "Could it be Mr. Long Die's power that caused my deduction to be obstructed?" Duanmu Tsang was also hesitant. "Something doesn't seem right." Fei and I was covered in cold sweat as she lowered her head and said, "Sect Master, isn't our Long family supposed to be above the world and not form alliances with others?" Long Qianmiao's clear eyes looked down and he said, "The Long family indeed doesn't form an alliance with others. The one who formed an alliance with Lord Wei Qing is me. Are you willing to listen to my orders?" Everyone felt like fainting. What kind of logic was this? If a sect leader formed an alliance with someone else, what difference was there between this and an alliance between sects? Fei and I's face turned pale. She finally understood why Wei Qing did not care about her snatching the Dao fruit. He knew that the sect master was coming. Qiu Mujie and Beifeng Nan's fight had also stopped. Qiu Mujie's eyes were filled with surprise, while Beifeng Nan returned to Yunxiao's side with a calm look in his eyes. "Feini, give him the Dao fruit," Yunxiao said. Fanny trembled and turned to look at Xiao. Xiao smiled indifferently. I didn't agree with fighting for the Dao fruit fragments in the beginning, because we don't have the strength. We just need to watch. This Dao fruit is a disaster, not a blessing, for you and me. Long Qianmiao raised his eyes and gave Xiao an indifferent look, with a hint of praise in his eyes. Fei and I's expression was solemn. Suddenly, she smiled and turned to Long Qianmiao. Sect leader, since you are the one who has formed an alliance with Wei Qing, then Fanny will be bold enough to disobey. What? Everyone was stunned, even Long Qianmiao. His eyes were filled with disbelief. What nonsense are you talking about, Fanny? A loud shout came from the distance. It was Qi Jiui. No one knew when he had arrived at the Red Moon City. He stared at Fanny with a face full of shock and revealed a look of blame. Ha ha ha. Mr. Longda, you don't seem to be good at disciplining your subordinates. Wei Qing suddenly laughed. Can you tell me why? Long Qianmiao's eyes narrowed. Fanny. His voice was soft, as if he didn't blame her. Do you want to eat this Dao fruit fragment? In just a few months, your progress has shocked and delighted me. At this rate, with your heavenly phoenix nirvana body, you won't need this Dao fruit to form an indestructible body. Sect leader, do you know how I improved so quickly? Fanny asked. Long Qianmiao frowned. I've heard some things from Qi Jiui, but I don't know the whole story. Is it because of the man behind you? Is it because of the rising star Li Yunxiao, whose name has spread all over the world recently? Fanny nodded and said, That's right. After I met Yunxiao, I knew that he would be the man who would change my life. You must have gone through several nirvanas to reach this level, Long Qianren said. It must be the 10th grade Phoenix godly fire he gave you. Yes, he didn't just give me the divine fire, Fanny said. A bright red color flashed across her face as she gritted her teeth and said, I'm already in love with him. Everyone's faces changed slightly, and Yunxiao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He did not expect Fanny to be so bold as to say such a thing in front of all the people in the world. Wei Qing and the others did not show much expression, but Fanny had long seen Yunxiao's affection for his children. However, the crowd in the distance was quite shocked. All kinds of discussions were heard, and most of them were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. The young master of the Long family and the nirvana body of the heavenly phoenix. No man in the world could get such an honor, but Yunxiao had it. Yunxiao could sense the rolling hatred rising in the distance. Long Qianren was stunned for a moment before he said, Girls are all grown up, and they have to get married eventually, but you're the young master of the Long family, my most valued descendant. I don't want your marriage to be so hasty. Fanny smiled indifferently. Sloppy? No, it was not sloppy. In the entire world, who among the young men could compare to him? Who is worthy of me, Fanny? Her face was filled with cold arrogance, as if no man in the world could enter her eyes. Humph! Li Yi, who was far away, was extremely dissatisfied. He snorted heavily and his face darkened, but no one paid him any attention. Long Qianren frowned and gave Yunxiao a few more looks before he said, Let's not talk about this for now. Give that Dao fruit to Lord Wei Qing first. Fei and I chuckled and said, Lord Sect Master, thank you for your guidance. Fanny could not comply this time. Since I've fallen in love with Li Yunxiao, I'm no longer the young master of the Long family, but his woman. I hope I can do my best to help him reach the top. I can only give him this Dao fruit fragment. Yunxiao's heart trembled, and his eyes were filled with shock. He was completely dumbfounded. He did not expect Fanny to have such thoughts, and an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. The Dao fruit fragment in her hand seemed to emit a hot luster, causing his eyes to sting. Impudent! Long Qianmiao's face turned dark and gloomy. He shouted, I think you're crazy. I'm here today, and I won't allow you to mess around. Lord Sect Leader, I did not mess around. I hope you can grant my wish. Fei and I's face was filled with determination. Long Qianren's face turned green with anger and he said coldly, You've disappointed me too much. Since you're so stubborn, I can only capture you and let you reflect on yourself. He stretched out his hand and it turned into a huge palm. It was like a huge futon and it grabbed Feini. "Stop!" Yunxiao reacted in an instant. His eyes were filled with anger as he slashed out with his sword. Long Qianmiao's eyes flashed with surprise, but he sneered and said, "You're very strong, but it's still too early to fight me." The huge palm shook in the air, and a vast dragon might spread out, slamming into Yunxiao and sending him flying like a mountain. Everyone's heart trembled, and they revealed shocked expressions. Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and he was horrified. How could he be so strong? Under that shock just now, a vast dragon's might surged out, and that kind of suppressing power actually made him jump in fear. However, Feini had been captured and he could not think too much about it. He charged forward again and countless sword talismans flickered on his cold sword. "What? That's a Xianxia." Wei Qing's entire body trembled, and his pupils suddenly contracted as he looked at the sword momentum in shock. Long Qianmiao's eyes were also filled with surprise. Is this Gu Feiyang's sword art? Although he didn't participate in the Battle of the Wind and Cloud back then, he had personally witnessed it. In the distance, Xianxia and Lu Fian were also shocked. They didn't dare to believe it as they looked at the familiar sword shadow. "It seems like you still have some secrets, but it's useless," Long Qianyun said. A smart person would have understood the difference after that shock. He withdrew his right hand from Feini's body and reached for Yunxiao. An unknown force was still restraining Feini. It turned into circles of light around her and she could not break free. Boom! The big hand slapped down directly, and Yunxiao's figure was smashed into pieces. "Eh?" Long Qianren was shocked, and his eyes shrank. "You can actually cast an illusion under my nose?" Suddenly, a sword talisman appeared above his head and slashed down. "It would be a joke if I let you hurt me." Long Qianren sneered. He clenched his fist and punched forward. The powerful dragon's might rumbled around him, and the expressions of the people around him changed slightly, and they could not help but step back. Shang and the other demons were also shocked. The dragon's might seemed to have a greater effect on them, as they felt a surge in their bodies. What's with this power? The pressure of a true dragon. Xiai's face darkened. We're in big trouble. Long Qianmiao seems to have the blood of a true dragon too. What? Everyone was shocked. Luo Qingyun, who was far away, was also shocked. He was very familiar with the power of Long Qianmiao. No wonder he formed an alliance with Wei Qing, Lu Fian said in a deep voice. It's most likely related to the true dragon's blood. There was a solemn look in her eyes as she stared at Yunxiao. Her heart was filled with horror, and an inexplicable throbbing emerged in her heart. The man in front of her gave her a very familiar feeling. Yao Jinliang's face was also gloomy, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Boom! Long Qianmiao's fist momentum soared into the sky and shattered the sword light, while Yunxiao's body exploded again. What? This time, not only Long Qianmiao but everyone else was shocked. They widened their eyes in disbelief and cast the illusion twice in a row. A sword's gleam suddenly appeared around Feini and cut off the restraints on her body with a swoosh. It was only then that Yunxiao appeared and grabbed her as he shouted, "Let's go!" The surrounding space instantly distorted, and he was about to teleport out. He knew that it was impossible to defeat Long Qianmiao. He could only hope for the 1 in 10,000 chance to escape. Fei and I suddenly laughed and said, "I thought you didn't like me by your side? If I return to the Long family, wouldn't that be what you want?" Yunxiao's pupils constricted. Originally, Feini returning to the Long family was the best choice for him, but for some reason, he wanted to keep her here at this moment. Humph! Even if you're going back, you should be the one walking back on your own, not being caught under my nose. It doesn't matter if that person is Wei Qing or Long Qianmiao. Feini's eyes shone with a strange light, and with a hint of infatuation, she chuckled. I like the pride that's buried in your bones, and the way you look down on the world. Long Qianmiao's eyes were cold as he said, "If I let you escape, it would really be a joke." He opened his mouth and let out a roar. Instantly, the heavens and earth trembled as a dragon might descended, suppressing everything. Boom! The space trembled, and everyone felt a vast force descend. They couldn't help but tremble. Even Wei Qing's face was filled with shock, and his expression became extremely complicated. Yunxiao's figure paused in the air for a moment, as if he was blocked by something, but he returned to normal in an instant, then transformed into a bolt of lightning and fled. What? Everyone was shocked. Even divine transcendence experts were shocked by the dragon's might. How could he, an 8 stars martial emperor, resist it? Luo Qingyun was also shocked. He stared at Yunxiao, wondering if he should help him. When he saw Yunxiao break through the dragon's might, he was so shocked that his eyes almost fell out. Yunxiao had absorbed a wisp of Shilong's dragon might at the end of the sky in the rainy land, so he was basically immune to it. Impossible! Long Qianmiao shouted, and with a flash of his body, a boundless force blasted over. The entire space was immediately set off by the waves, completely distorted. Everyone's figures looked as if they had been deformed, completely twisted out of shape. Hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me. Feini was shocked. She shoved the piece of Dao fruit into Yunxiao's hand and pushed him away. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not push it even a little. She slapped him with all her might and said anxiously, "You damn hooligan! Why are you grabbing me so tightly? Young Master Yunxiao, please conduct yourself with dignity." "Shut up!" Yunxiao cried out softly, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he bent down and put his face on Feini's red lips. The two of them trembled as an unknown electric current passed through their bodies. Yunxiao's face was also slightly red as he chuckled and said, "It's quiet now, right?" Feini's cheeks were red and her mind was blank. Only one voice echoed, he kissed me, Ying Luo." Long Qianmiao's voice was cold, impudent. The space was torn apart, and a terrifying force came crashing down. Boom! The two of them were instantly sent flying, and blood splattered in the air. Yunxiao's blood and qi surged, and he was seriously injured in an instant. The dragon's might rushed into his body and kept destroying it. Fortunately, his physical body was strong enough to suppress the power in the blink of an eye and slowly recover. On the other hand, Fei and I was completely fine. He only had a look of shock on his face. Long Qianmiao's exquisite control of his strength had already reached perfection. "Let's go!" Panicking, Feini pushed Yunxiao away and spread her arms to block Long Qianmiao, who was walking toward her. "Lord Sect Master, let him go." "I can let him go," Long Qianmiao said coldly, "but leave the Dao fruit fragments behind. I was the one who took the Dao fruit fragment. If you want to keep it, then leave it with me," Feini said. "Nonsense!" Long Qianren roared and clenched his fist. The sky trembled, and a pressure fell like a mountain, suppressing Feini and forcing him to fall to the ground. Boom! The dust on the ground flew up and a deep pit was blasted out. A green dragon light trapped Feini in the deep pit. No matter how she struggled, she could not escape. She was running around in circles anxiously and shouting continuously. Yunxiao stabilized his injuries. Although his mentality was not weaker than Long Qianmiao's, his aura was completely suppressed, making him look extremely weak. He took a deep breath, his eyes as cold as water, and said, "Long Qianmiao, since you're representing yourself and not the head of the Long family, what right do you have to restrict Feini's actions? It's a personal matter for me to help Wei Qing retrieve the Dao fruit fragments," Long Qianren said. However, suppressing Feini was the Long family's master's job. "Li Yunxiao, I'm telling you now that Feini will never marry you." "Why?" Yunxiao frowned. "Why? You're indeed outstanding," Long Qianren said. "But it's a pity that Feini has the nirvana body of the heavenly phoenix and has been through nirvana several times. I'm afraid she's the first person in tens of thousands of years to attain the bloodline of the heavenly phoenix. To the Long family, the significance of this is far beyond your imagination." "Dragon and phoenix?" Yunxiao's face changed slightly. "Flamboyant?" Long Qianmiao's eyes were filled with surprise. "So you know about it too?" "It's too difficult," Yunxiao said coldly. "It's too difficult to get the dragon and phoenix dance." The Long family's ambitions are so high. Wei Qing's expression also changed slightly, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. It's indeed difficult, Long Qinyun said, but the most crucial part is the genuine blood of the celestial phoenix. There are thousands of dragon bloodlines, he said. Although the good and bad are mixed, it's not difficult to find a few powerful dragon blood martial artists. The probability of the heavenly phoenix blood appearing is extremely low, and it's even rarer to hear of a nirvana body in the 9 transformations. The person she marries must have the blood of a true dragon. Yun Xiao snorted heavily. Let's not talk about whether Fanny will marry me or not, but she can marry whoever she wants. This is her freedom. How can you simply decide who she wants to marry? Long Chenmiao laughed and said, Li Yunxiao, you're still too young. This isn't just my will, but the will of the entire Long family. He sneered and said, at the top of the realm of heavenly martial arts, who can control their own love affairs? If you didn't insist on ruining Tang Xian and Jiang Ruobing's marriage, how could the Red Moon City be in such a state? Do you want to do the same thing in the Long family of the Sky Ridge again? So what if I do it again? Yun Xiao said coldly. In my eyes, the rules of the world are no different from dirt. How can a city I don't like be compared to a friend I care about? If you insist on forcing Fanny, the Red Moon City today will be the Long family in the future. Nonsense. Long Qianren was shocked. Nonsense. Fanny bit her red lips and said loudly, Lord Sect Leader, I respect and understand the decision of the elders, but I can't follow your orders. I'll only marry Li Yunxiao in my life. Long Qianmiao's eyes glinted coldly and he said, Fanny, are you forcing me to kill Li Yunxiao? Killing intent rose from his body, and the surrounding temperature immediately dropped. Yunxiao's words just now had aroused his killing intent. It would be a terrible thing if such a talented young man were to stand against the Long family. After experiencing the fall of Zhangcharan, the invasion of Tangqing, the continuous internal strife, the external resistance against the Sea Tribe, and a series of major events that hurt the bones, the Red Moon City had long fallen to the bottom of the 7 major forces, and even not on the same level. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. A marriage that could not have been more ordinary had caused an uproar in the world because of this young man's interference. The Saint Realm, the Sea of Soul Formation, and the titled martial sovereigns had descended one after another, turning the world into ruins. If today's situation was to be brought to the heavenly mountains, even the Long family would not be able to withstand it. His mind raced, and his killing intent toward Yunxiao grew stronger. Fei Anai's body trembled as she felt the killing intent in Long Qianmiao's tone. She revealed a look of fear and said hurriedly, Sect Master, please. Long Qianmiao retracted his aura slightly and looked down at Fanny. Fanny, although I'm the head of the Long family, there are many things that I can't control. The moment you were chosen as the young master, your fate was already decided. If you want to change your fate, you won't just be going against me, but the entire Long family. Do you think you can resist it? Can they contend? Fei Anai's face lost all color, turning extremely pale. Not to mention her, who in this world could fight against 7 superforces alone. Her entire being instantly dimmed, and her eyes lost all color, becoming empty. She looked at the sky in a daze and smiled sadly. She seemed to have made a decision and said, Sect Master, I'll follow you back to Tianling. Just let Yunxiao leave with the Dao fruit fragment as a reward for giving me the divine fire. Long Qianmiao's face turned ugly, and he said, I can choose not to do anything. This is the best I can do, but I can't help him leave. Suddenly, a cold light flashed. Yunxiao held the Star Destroyer in his hand, its light flowing and its sword intent surging. His left hand formed a seal, and runes were cast into the sword. Countless sword runes danced in the air, and the starlight in the sky disappeared. The entire sea of sword chi dispersed. Long Qianmiao frowned and said coldly, What, you want to die? His eyes suddenly focused on the long sword, and his heart suddenly trembled. He said in surprise, That sword is a swan and eye. He was not the only one. Many people recognized the long sword and were shocked. Back then, During the Battle of Titles, although Long Chenmiao did not show up, he was one of the guests present. He had witnessed the entire process and had a deep impression of the sword. Xianxia swallowed his saliva, and a few beads of sweat rolled down as he said, "It's indeed the Star Destroyer sword skill. Even the sword intent is so similar. Is this Gai Gu Feiyong?" Lu Fian frowned and said, "How familiar is this sword?" Xianxia wiped his cold sweat and said, "My cloud-splitting arrow was also comprehended from that star destruction. In this world, other than him, I'm the one who has the best understanding of this sword. If one were to say that this sword essence is somewhat familiar, it would be very familiar." 10 points. Lu Fian was shocked. Yunxiao raised his sword, and the starlight dimmed. "Longda, you'd better make your move." His face was cold and his eyes were calm. Light circulated around his body, and the stars in the sky were extinguished. The entire world was filled with a sharp sword essence. Under the sword momentum, his entire aura changed. "I don't understand," Long Chenmiao said. "You want to throw an egg at a rock?" "When a woman sacrifices herself to fulfill your wish," Yunxiao said, "can you still leave indifferently?" "So?" Long Chenjin asked. Yunxiao's face darkened as he said coldly, "That's why I'm going to kill you, you bastard." With a flash, he and the sword force formed a line and slashed down. Thousands of stars gathered and the world became dark. "The sword momentum is not bad, but it's too weak." Long Chenmiao suppressed the shock in his heart. With a cold expression, he stretched out his hand, and a fist power rippled in his palm. It blocked the sword technique instantly, and with a slap it shattered. Bang! Yunxiao was pushed back by a great force, and he disappeared in the air in a flash. All of a sudden, the wind and clouds in the sky surged, and sword talismans rolled in the air continuously. The sharp sword light was fluctuating. Amidst the sword chi, Yunxiao sat cross-legged, his body constantly surging with golden light as he transformed into a 3-headed and 6-armed man. 6 hands formed a seal at the same time, and a halo was shot out. 36 swords suddenly fell from the sea of clouds and formed an array in the air. "This sword formation is a swan and eye. Could it be the million sword illustration?" Tung Guang's pupils contracted as he exclaimed. The sky was filled with sword light, and each sword was shining with sword runes and array talismans. The world was filled with a sea of sword chi. Long Chenmiao was shocked. He looked at the sharp sword energy and was shocked. He could not understand how an 8-stars martial sovereign could have such a powerful force. Not only him, but Wei Qing, Yao Jinliang, Xianxia, and even the Ghost King's expression changed. The sword intent spread out, and the area within a radius of several thousand feet was filled with cold air. The crowd in the distance was also shocked and on high alert. They had managed to survive in the great illusionary land with great difficulty, and they did not want to lose their lives again. Han Junting's face turned pale as she mumbled to herself, "This sword formation Kasaya. This sword formation Kasaya. Granny, do you recognize it?" Grandma Sunflower, who was following behind her, was equally shocked. "Head shopkeeper, you mean the million sword illustration?" Han Junting's face turned serious and she said in disbelief, "I saw him use this formation last time and felt that it was similar to the description, but I couldn't confirm it. Last time he used 24 swords. This time he derived 36 swords. From what I can see, it seems like it will continue to evolve until it reaches 10,000 swords." Grandma Sunflower was shocked. "Can't be. The million sword illustration is our sect's supreme sword array. It's said that it's fused with the will of the heavenly Tao. It's extremely profound. Even the palace master did not dare to say that he could comprehend it. Currently, in our sect, only Lord Huashang, who is the strongest in the field of array Tao, has a deep understanding of this." Han Junting's expression was grim. "If it really is the million sword illustration, then the situation is complicated," she said after some thought. Grandma Sunflower said, "It's not that bad, is it? The million sword illustration has always been our sect's divine treasure. Even if he did obtain it, how could he have comprehended it so easily?" Han Junting's face turned ugly and she said, These are the key to the problem. Yunxiao suddenly rose from the southern region of the heavenly martial realm and swept across the sky like a comet. In the blink of an eye, he turned from a minion to an 8-stars martial emperor, with a holy weapon and all kinds of peerless divine powers. This time he even killed a formidable man like Tang Qing. Who is he? She withdrew her eyes from the sky and looked at another group of people. She saw that Ning Qian's face was also full of shock and horror, which made her guess about the sword formation more certain. Her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Thinking that she had always been an enemy of such a terrifying person, she couldn't help but clench her fists and break out in cold sweat. From the group of people in the distance, Ning Kuei's shocked voice came from the white robe. Are you sure this is the million-sword illustration? The most precious treasure of the divine cloud palace? Ning Qian nodded solemnly and said, I'm definitely not mistaken about the 36 swords formation. Not long before we came to the Red Moon City, Huashang had just mastered the 36 swords and we had a great battle. But the 36 sword diagrams that Huashang transformed into don't seem as powerful as Li Yunxiao's, she said with a surprised look on her face. Ning Kuei said, It's not surprising that I can't compare. Yunxiao's 36 swords are all 9th-tier mystic artifacts, made of northern heaven cold star iron. Ning Qian was greatly shocked. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. There's actually someone who can use 36 9th-tier profound armaments at the same time. Moreover, he can use them so freely. But where did he get his heavenly sword picture? Ning Kuei chuckled. Things are getting more and more interesting. Who is this Li Yunxiao? With Long Chenmiao's strength, he can dig out all his secrets. I'm afraid there will be a good show to watch today. Could it be that the variable in Gongzi Yu's prediction was this million-sword illustration? Ning Qian asked. Not yet, Ning Kuei replied. Although the million-sword illustration was powerful, Yunxiao's strength was obviously limited, and he could not exert much of its power at all. I'm curious about his identity. Perhaps your sister already knew about it. Ning Qian was shocked and said, So we're just going to watch and not do anything? After all, this is the territory of the Red Moon City. The territory of the Red Moon City? Ning Kuei smiled bitterly and said, After this battle, Tang Qing is dead. The 3 elders are seriously injured. My kung fu is also crippled. The Red Moon City has been completely destroyed. We no longer have the power to resist Wei Qing, so we can only leave Green Mountain alive and think of a way in the future. Are the 7 superpowers going to become 6? Ning Qian asked in a daze. Ning Kuei said, Not necessarily. In Wei Qing's opinion, if he wanted to let that brat with the true dragon's blood control Red Moon City, with 8 or more ghost Azuras holding the fort, Red Moon City would still be able to keep its position. Even if the Red Moon City becomes an empty shell, it is still an empty shell of a super force. With Wei Qing's shrewdness, how could he give up? Ning Qian said, I understand. Wei Qing supported the Red Moon City's status and did not fall in order to control the eastern region through the Red Moon City. Yes, Ning Kuei said. In the entire eastern region, there was no other force that could play the role of the Red Moon City. If the kid with the true dragon's blood entered, he would be even more powerful than when Tang Qing was in control. It's not necessarily a bad thing for us. At least, when we have the strength to take back everything in the future, what we take back won't be a mess. Ning Qian's mood was a little low. She said slowly, Come back Yingluo, can we come back Yingluo? However, her emotions were quickly swept away, because the sword images that filled the sky instantly spread out, and the entire heaven and earth turned into a world of swords. Even the Ghost King's eyes were filled with surprise. He suddenly clapped his hands and sent the dark will flying. It returned to Chu Shengfeng's hand after flying in a circle. Then, the Ghost King formed a seal with both hands, and green qi surged around his body. The large will started to spin. Yu Shengfeng was startled. He was surprised to find that the pressure had reduced. The Ghost King seemed to have withdrawn a lot of his power. He furrowed his brows and pondered for a while. He did not seek a breakthrough. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and began to adjust his internal injuries. Ever since Zhan Tingguang, he had been using up a lot of his energy. However, this wasn't the main point. What really hurt his Yuan Qi was the ghost snake silver dragon of the demon temple, which had directly bitten into his soul. If the Ghost King hadn't fought with the 8 ghost Azuras and killed all the ghost snakes and silver dragons with his terrifying power, he would have been killed. At this moment, he was using the soul-refining technique to heal his various injuries. Luo Qingyun also noticed the 2's strange movements, but he didn't make a move. The 8 ghost Azuras arranged themselves in a formation and completely surrounded the 2, not afraid that they would cause any trouble. At this moment, he was staring at the sword shadows that filled the sky. His eyes were bright and he was extremely excited. The dense sea of sword qi stirred the warlike qi in his blood, and his blood gradually heated up. He chanted, "Strong, what a strong power. I'm really looking forward to the battle in the future." The hand holding the spear couldn't help but tighten, and the spear let out a low buzzing sound. "Li Yunxiao," Long Chenren said coldly, "are you really going to hit a rock with an egg?" "If I'm an egg," Yunxiao said coldly, "you're just a slightly bigger egg. If I break, you won't be any better." Long Chenmiao sneered, "Humph, you think too highly of yourself. This sword formation is indeed profound, but it's still too weak." He raised his foot and stomped down. Swish! A wave of power surged out from under his feet, causing the swords to hum and ripple as if they were unable to resist. Long Chenren sneered, "I can't even withstand one stomp. Do you think this sword array can hurt me?" Yunxiao's face was cold as he kept performing all kinds of incantation seals with his arms, sending them into the sword array. The 36 northern heaven frigid star swords flew up in the air and kept approaching Long Chenmiao. "Who said I'm going to hurt you with the sword formation?" he sneered. "What?" Long Chenmiao furrowed his brows, and the rest of the people were also confused, not understanding what he meant. Yunxiao's face darkened as he said coldly, "I'm going to blow up all 36 swords. Do you think I'll blow you up to death?" "What?" Everyone was shocked, especially Wei Qing and the others who were closer to him. They couldn't help but take a few steps back and became extremely vigilant. Long Chenmiao's forehead was also covered in sweat. Looking at the shining northern heaven's cold star sword around him, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. What kind of joke was this? If all 36 ninth grade profound armaments exploded at the same time, even if he was a divine transcendence, he might not be able to block it. Long Chenren swallowed his saliva and said, "Are you crazy? With your cultivation, not to mention that it's impossible to detonate 36 ninth tier profound armaments. Even if you do, the backlash will definitely kill you first." "Hee, Mr. Longda," Yunxiao said ferociously. "Do you think I have any other choice other than this? As for whether I can detonate them or not, you don't have to worry about that." Once the treasured sword exploded, the terrifying power would continue to spread along the sword formation. It would split into 2, then 3, and even infinite. Not to mention you, not many of the people here will survive. His words gave everyone a fright, and some of them wanted to run away. However, more people didn't believe it. Which one of them wasn't an unparalleled expert? If Long Chenmiao, who was in the center of the array, was killed, they would have believed it. "Young man, don't be too rash," Long Qinyun said. "You'll blow Fanny up." Fei and I, who was trapped on the ground, shouted, "I'm not afraid. I would rather die in my husband's hands than take me back." "Shut up." Long Chenmiao was furious. He had not taken Yunxiao seriously before, but now he found that the latter was indeed a threat to him, and he could not help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. The bright northern heaven's cold star sword emitted waves of cold air. All kinds of strange runes appeared on it, exuding an extremely strong power. He had no doubt that Yunxiao could detonate all 36 swords. Although it sounded a little outrageous, he could do it. This was because the runic lights on each sword were different. This proved that the 36 swords and this formation were all under the control of this youth. Even though he would be finished the moment he detonated the sword formation, Long Chenmiao was not confident that he could withstand the terrifying power. The entire area within 1,000 feet was dead silent. "I can't help it," Xianxia said coldly. "I'm such an impulsive person. Long Qianmiao, you've completely infuriated me. I really want to drag you down to hell with me." He licked his dry lips, looking crazy. Xianhua suddenly transmitted a message to his side. This kid might really be Gu Feiyong. The voice was filled with extreme surprise, trembling, and disbelief. Lu Fian also nodded lightly and transmitted. "I also noticed it. Even if he could buy divine swords and learn divine arts, his expression would not change. Although his face was filled with madness, the depths of his eyes were as calm as still water. If I'm not wrong, he's calculating all the factors around him in order to gain the most." "Yes," Xianhua also agreed. "If I hadn't been with him for so long, it would have been very difficult to catch these clues. He's just trying to scare Long Qianmiao. I don't believe that this kid would be so reckless." His eyes flashed with joy and he said, "I didn't expect him to possess an origin core and be reborn. I knew it. I knew it. With his shrewdness and strength, how could he die silently in the Tiandang Mountains?" Lu Fian nodded and said, "It should be him without a doubt. More than 10 years ago, you and I went to the Tiandang Mountains many times, but we didn't find anything. I had my suspicions then." Xianhua snorted. "This kid didn't tell you and me even after he was reborn. He clearly doesn't trust you and me." Lu Fian said, "You can't blame him. First, he might not have the chance to contact you and me. Second, he's an extremely proud person. His strength dropped so much all of a sudden. He must have found a place to hide and cultivate hard. Only you understand him." Xianhua snorted. His tone was filled with unspeakable jealousy. Lu Fian smiled lightly and said, "Don't be happy too early. All of this is just our guesses. He might not be the real one." "Yes," Xianhua responded lightly and said solemnly. "In short, keep an eye on the situation. We can't let him die." He suddenly had an idea and looked at the ground with a strange expression. Tung Guang was currently sitting cross-legged below with his hands placed on his legs in an incantation gesture. He was quietly recuperating from his internal injuries, and although he was watching everything in the sky, he didn't seem to care in the slightest. He finally remembered the strange words that Tung Guang had said before, and suddenly, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Then, he remembered Yunxiao's previous behavior and remembered that he had scolded him 3 or 4 times. "What's wrong?" Lu Fian frowned. I'm fine," Xianhua said embarrassedly, and could not help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. In the middle of the Sea of Swords, Long Qianmiao could no longer hold it in and said, "Li Yunxiao, I know it's hard for you to accept that I'm taking Feini away, but the growth of a person is to constantly bear the world. Chicken soup for the soul. My ass." Yunxiao cursed. "You can say whatever you want, but if you insist on going against me today, I'll take you down with me." He performed hand seals on his 6 arms, and the 36 Northern Heaven Cold Star swords started to roll around. Dao weapon hums rang out from within them, and the entire sky was filled with terrifying sword intent. Long Qianmiao's expression changed drastically. The weapon reserve power that surged from the swords made his heart sink. These were all genuine 9th-tier profound armaments, and their quality was extremely high. If he self-destructed 8 to 10 items, he was confident that he could withstand it for a while. However, if he self-destructed 36 swords, even an immortal state warrior would die on the spot. "Don't be rash," he hurriedly said. "The matter of taking Feini away can be postponed." "Oh!" Yunxiao stopped performing the incantation gesture and said, "Didn't you just say that this is the will of the entire Long family's upper echelon? This isn't easy to change, is it?" Long Qianmiao's eyes were filled with anger. He was one of the 7 sect masters, yet he was threatened by a young man in front of countless experts. If this news got out, he would lose all his face. However, when he sensed the cold chi of the Northern Heaven Cold Star sword beside him, he could only swallow his anger. What was his identity? What was the identity of the other party? It would be a real joke if he was dragged down by a crazy young man. He gritted his teeth and said, The Long families cannot be changed, but it is not absolute. It will take some time. As long as you're outstanding enough, you might have a chance. I see, Xianxia said. As long as Mr. Long declaims in front of all the experts today that he will no longer interfere with Fanny's marriage, I will put away these swords, and we will pretend that nothing has happened, and we will still be good friends. Long Qianren's body trembled in anger. He felt as if 10,000 alpacas were running across his heart. Be your fucking best friend. But he had to maintain his demeanor after all, and could not curse directly like Xianxia. So he had to clench his teeth and say, I will no longer interfere with Fanny's marriage. However, this can only represent my will. Xianxia clapped his hands and said with a smile, Thank you, Mr. Longda. By the way, Xinjin. He blinked and said, Mr. Longda won't kill me if I take back these swords, will he? Long Qianren was so angry that he was about to explode. He said coldly, Of course I won't. Will you beat me half to death? Xianxia asked again. Will you? Li Xianxia. Long Qianmiao roared. Don't go too far. You dare to threaten me again and again. Don't be angry, Mr. Longda, Xianxia said. The growth of a person is to constantly learn to control his emotions. Long Qianmiao. Ingluo. Ha ha ha. Xianhua couldn't help but burst out laughing. Long Qianren trembled with anger. After this incident, his reputation would be greatly tarnished. Xianxia is right. Lu Fian chuckled. What are you laughing at? A person has to learn how to control their emotions to be mature. Am I wrong? That's right. That's right, ha ha ha. Xianhua held his stomach and laughed. I just suddenly heard such a wise saying. I was overjoyed for a moment. That's why I laughed happily. Lu Fian laughed. You can't even control this little bit of emotion. You're still an immature man. Ha ha ha. Yes, you're right, Inan. Xianhua laughed for a while, and the people around him all revealed knowing smiles. Long Qianmiao's face was so dark that it was almost dripping water. However, he was, after all, an overlord of the world and a hero of his generation. He quickly recovered from his shock and realized that he had indeed been too angry. Furthermore, he had been provoked by a young man to this extent. It was indeed somewhat inconceivable. In addition to feeling strange, he was even more shocked. He slowly said, Li Xianxia, I underestimated you. I accidentally fell into your array and was threatened by you with my life. However, I'm not someone who's afraid of death. Agreeing to not take Fanny away and not killing you is already my bottom line. As for whether I'll teach you a lesson, it'll depend on my mood. Mr. Longda seems to be in a bad mood, Xianxia said. Then let's die together. In any case, I'll drag the 7 sect masters to hell with me. I've made a fortune. You coward. Long Qianmiao realized that this young man was a complete scoundrel. He couldn't reason with him at all, but this move was indeed very effective, forcing him to submit. Even if he was willing to take the risk and escape from the self-destruction of the profound level weapon, Fanny below would die without a doubt. This was an unbearable loss for the Long family, and even killing 10,000 Xianxios would not make up for it. All right, Long Qianren said coldly. I'm done for today. As long as you don't provoke me, I won't attack you. Xianxia pondered for a moment, then laughed and said, With Mr. Long Die's status, his words naturally carry enormous weight. He threw a hat over and checkmated Long Qianmiao so that he couldn't go back on his words. Then he made a hand seal with his 6 arms, and the sword chi that filled the sky was retracted. The 36 northern heaven cold star swords flew through the air and into the heaven light sword case. Long Qianmiao's eyes were as cold as ice. His essence force surged around his fist, and the sound of air exploding was heard. Wei Qing also heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was standing quite far away, if the 36 sword strikes had really exploded, he would have definitely been caught in the crossfire. He suddenly felt that Xianxia was even more terrifying than he had imagined. With the 36 swords in his hand, he had a trump card to fight against transcendent and divine powerhouses. Although he would die with Xianxia, at least he could take revenge before he died, which was an extremely ruthless method. Yunxiao's pupils constricted when he sensed Long Chenmiao's vast killing intent. He suddenly became vigilant and said in a cold voice, "Mr. Longda, are we going to break our promise?" Long Chenmiao's eyes glinted coldly, and he said, "I won't attack you, but that doesn't mean others won't." He clenched his fist and a ray of green light gathered in his palm, gradually forming an iron rod. The iron rod was about 3 feet long and silver-gray in color. It looked ordinary, but it gave people a cold feeling. Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and his eyes flickered with a 7-colored light. He was surprised to see the true body of the iron staff at once. It was a long sword 2 fingers wide, and he did not know why Long Chenmiao had hidden it in the staff. "Mr. Longda, do you want them to come out?" Wei Qing frowned. "How can I vent my hatred if I don't kill Li Yunxiao?" Long Chenyun asked. "I'm not going to kill him. Besides, I'd like to see their power." The long staff in his hand turned and emitted a wang-wang sound. Rays of light appeared around him. "What?" Yunxiao was shocked. His body trembled as he looked at the halos in disbelief. He finally understood why Long Chenmiao would be with Wei Qing. The crowd was also filled with disbelief and shock. From within the halos, figures slowly walked out. There were 5 people in total, and all of them had blank expressions. On their bodies there were also numbers from 1 to 5. Luo Qingyun's pupils also shrank, shooting out rays of cold light. He had felt Long Chenmiao's power just now. It was the power of the dragon blood that was not weaker than his, and it was also the dragon's might that could control the ghost Azura. "Ah!" Fanny suddenly exclaimed as if she had seen something terrifying. She screamed, "Zhang San Li Si!" In the distance, Qi Jiuai's body also trembled, and his face turned pale. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Fanny's entire body trembled, and an uncontrollable sadness gushed out. She almost cried as she said, "Sect Master Yu." Long Chenmiao's face was calm. This is the path they chose. This is the consequence of failure. As a companion, you should respect their choice. Fanny could not help but cover her mouth and whimpered softly. 5. Wei Qing asked. TSK. That's not bad. The success rate is still too low, Long Chenren said. Wei Qing laughed and said, "Haha, Mr. Longda, you should be content. Putting aside the abilities of these 5 ghost Azuras, just the fact that you've successfully raised your blood to level 10 means that you're already the head of the 7 sect masters, enough to suppress the 10 martial sovereigns." Long Chenmiao snorted coldly, and a cold gleam flickered in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the 5 ghost Azuras immediately rushed toward Yunxiao. "This person has too many secrets," Wei Qing hurriedly said. "Don't kill him so easily. I'm going to bring him back to the sacred zone." Long Chenmiao's face turned cold. He snorted. "You saw what happened just now. How can I calm my anger if I don't kill him?" "Don't worry," Wei Qing said coldly. "I'll bring him back to the sanctuary and hand him over to you when he's no longer useful." Long Chenmiao thought for a moment, then waved his long rod and said, "Just cripple him, but leave him alive." The 5 ghost Azuras trembled slightly, as if they understood what he meant. They roared ferociously and charged. Yunxiao was taken aback. The threat of 5 ghost Azuras was stronger than Long Chenmiao's. The first-person's speed was extremely fast as lightning. He threw out a punch, and a halo appeared under the wind of the punch, suppressing the surroundings. "Zhang San! Stop it, Zhang San!" Fanny shouted in a trembling voice. But how could the ghost Azura hear him? Other than a ferocious and vicious expression, there was no other emotion on his face. The space was suppressed, and Yunxiao had no way to avoid it. He could only spread his arm and punch out with his right fist. However, he felt like he had hit an iron plate, and a sharp pain came from the tip of his fist. Bang! A beam of golden light surged out of Yunxiao's arm, rolling and pushing away like a wave. He gritted his teeth and grabbed Zhang San with his left hand. He grabbed Zhang San's fist with his 2 hands and pulled it forward. At the same time, he kicked Zhang San's lower body. Zhang San instinctively raised his foot, but his body was immediately pulled by Yunxiao. A twisting force came from his arm, and his whole body was thrown into the air. A strong wind circulated between Yunxiao's hands, spinning Xianxia dozens of times before he threw him at the other 4 ghost Azuras. The 4 ghost Azuras didn't have the time to catch their companions. They dodged with a flash and attacked at the same time. Yunxiao did not dare to fight with 4 ghost Azuras. As he shook off Xianxia, he suddenly retreated, and with a flash of lightning, he fled 1,000 feet away. However, the 4 ghost Azuras had already locked onto him. They twisted the space and appeared around him, attacking him at the same time. Swish! An arrow shot through the air with a long red tail, splitting the sky and changing the color of the clouds. The 2 ghost Azuras who were at the front suddenly became alert. They didn't panic or panic. They only roared at the same time, and each made a hand seal and struck out at the same time. His 2 palms actually complemented each other in the air, forming a light mirror. Bang! The arrow flew down and directly penetrated the mirror. The powerful force of the arrow exploded and immediately forced the 2 ghost Azuras back. The pressure on Yunxiao was instantly reduced, and his body instantly turned into thunder, shooting out countless afterimages and dashing in all directions. The remaining 2 ghost Azuras were stunned, as if they couldn't tell if it was real or fake. One of them held a sword in one hand and directly stabbed towards the center of the lightning. The tip of the sword pierced into a ball of lightning. Countless runes surged up and suddenly exploded. Boom! The terrifying power of thunder swept the 2 ghost Azuras into it, but their bodies trembled and they retreated calmly. However, there were electric currents flowing on their bodies, making them look slightly embarrassed. A flash of lightning gathered in the sky, and Yunxiao's figure appeared hundreds of feet away, his face cold and vigilant. In the battle just now, he seemed to have discovered a weakness of the ghost Azura. Even though these ghost Azuras retained their combat abilities and were even more ferocious, their intelligence was slightly lacking. They were not very sensitive to magical powers such as illusions and movement techniques. If his guess was correct, then he might have a chance of winning against 1 or 2. Long Qianmiao's face darkened. He stared into the distance and shouted coldly, "Xianhua!" Xianhua smiled faintly and said, "Long time no see, Mr. Longda. TSK. I've never seen your true appearance. I didn't expect you to be so rough. I've been disrespectful." "Xianhua, I want an explanation from you," Long Qianren shouted. "If I say that my bow accidentally trembled and accidentally fired, would you believe me?" Xianhua said awkwardly. "All right," Long Qianren said coldly. "I will kill you first." The aura around his body suddenly exploded, and a unique domain power spread out in the surroundings. It was vast and mighty, and a supreme dragon's might swept through the heaven and earth. Xianhua was the first to bear the brunt. His body suddenly retreated a few steps, and he grabbed the broken star bow, becoming vigilant. Lu Fian touched her chin with her fist and pondered. Mr. Longda has never shown his face to anyone before, but today, he has revealed it completely. I have never seen Mr. Longda in action before, but today he has also made a big move. It is really strange. Humph, I've never shown my face to others because I don't want to be stained with dust. I've never made a move because there's no one I want to make a move on. Long Qianmiao walked towards the 2 of them and said coldly, "But today, I'm going to be involved in this and kill a few people I want to kill. Mr. Longda, I'll attack with you." Yao Jinliang's figure moved and he held the ghost hunter in his hand. He unsealed it, and silver fish scales popped up on it, flashing with a cold light. His eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent as he stared at Xianhua. A trace of blood appeared in his eyes. Lu Fian said, "Lord Wei Qing, you said before that brothers are afraid of their own enemies. Now the demons are still watching us. Are you going to fight among yourself?" Shang and the others were suddenly alerted, and their expressions turned sharp. "Fian is right, Mr. Longda. Let's suppress these demons first." Wei Qing's eyes narrowed. "As for Yunxiao, as long as he hands over the Dao fruit and returns to the holy region with me, I'll make sure he's safe." Long Qianmiao's pupils shrank. He was obviously very dissatisfied with this decision, but he only snorted and didn't say anything. Lu Fian sighed. I can enlighten him with the Tao fruit fragments. However, I still want to bring him back to the Sea of Soul formation. Can Lord Wei Qing make an exception? You can't, Wei Qing said firmly. Lu Fian was surprised. Eh? How could a mere Li Yunxiao get Lord Wei Qing's favor? Why can't I see that he's so charming? Lu Fian. There's no need for you to say anything in front of me. Wei Qing snorted coldly. There are 3 things I must do today. First, I must take back all the Tao fruit fragments. Second, I must suppress these demons. And third, I must bring Yunxiao back. I can't do anything less. Lu Fian's eyes flickered and she said, I don't object to the first 2 things, but Li Yunxiao must return to the Sea of Soul formation with me, and this is also what Fian must do. Lu Fian, do you mean that you must be my enemy? Wei Qing said angrily. If you change the 3rd condition, we won't have any more conflicts, Lu Fian said with a smile. Wei Qing said coldly, then there's no need to talk anymore. 2 titled martial sovereigns can't do anything to me. Mr. Longde, Yao Jinliang, I'll leave these 2 to you. Don't worry, Yao Jinliang said coldly. I will kill Xianxia. Then I'll give Lu Fian to Mr. Longde. He had already accumulated a stomach full of anger, and the ghost hunter twist suddenly unfolded, turning into a light and shadow that slashed over. Xianxia laughed and retreated. The broken star bow suddenly turned into a blade and blocked in front of him. Bang! The demon ghost twist suddenly struck down, containing Yao Jinliang's boundless fury. It shook Xianhua's arm until it went numb, and he was sent flying. Lu Fian's brows furrowed. Suddenly, a cold intent and vast might locked onto her. Fian, Long Chenmiao said in a low voice, you're no match for me. Why don't you just surrender and stay aside? Lu Fian smiled and raised her long sword in front of her. The sword shadows spread out and turned into red lotuses. Clear waves rippled in the air as if they were fairies among the lotuses. Long Qianren sighed. Forget it. Since you're so stubborn, I don't have to be gentle with you. He raised the iron rod in his hand and raised it high, making a fighting gesture. A dragon's might surged around his body and became stronger and stronger. Runes began to flash on the plain iron rod and dance in the air. Lu Fian's feet stopped and she stopped in front of him with a serious expression. Wei Qing snorted coldly. He knew Long Chenmiao's strength. He was already stronger than a titled martial emperor, and now that he had the true dragon's blood, even 2 titled martial emperors might not be his match. He raised his head and looked at Duanmu Youyu, who had been watching silently from the sky. There's young Master Yu. Please help me take down these monster race people. Wei Qing, Duanmu Youyu said, you've made a good plan. You even included me in your plan. Why should I help you? I'm already giving you face by backing out of the Tao fruit battle. Wei Qing smiled indifferently and said, you've indeed given me a lot of face. However, these demons have the Armillary Sphere, a supreme-grade profound-level weapon. If we let them go, I'm afraid there will be endless trouble in the future. Will you do nothing about it? Duanmu Youyu said in a deep voice, these demons must indeed be suppressed. Wei Qing, this young master is willing to be used by you once. Wei Qing said seriously, Gongziyu, what do you mean by taking advantage? This is a matter of the rise and fall of the 2 clans. Lu Fian and Xianhua are insensible, but is young master insensible as well? With my abilities, I can at most help you suppress 1 person, Duanmu Youyu said coldly. That's enough. Wei Qing smiled. Luo Qingyun, join forces with Child Yu and kill all these demons, he shouted. Yes, Luo Qingyun responded, and brought 8 of the Ghost Azuras to surround Shang and the rest. Lord Ghost King, Li was anxious. The Ghost King's eyes turned cold as he laughed. Little girl of the Jili tribe, I promised you that you could terminate the contract after killing all these people. I will do that, but I didn't say that I will protect your lives. He stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips, making a creepy smacking sound. Ghost King, what are you doing? Li panicked. He didn't know what this ghost was thinking, but he couldn't command it at all. A titled martial emperor and 8 ghost Azuras locked onto them with their soaring auras. Everyone's expression turned grave. Wei Qing also looked at the Ghost King with some fear. Even 8 ghost Azuras could not kill him. He was afraid that only 3 experts of divine transcendence could contend with him. Fortunately, although this thing was summoned, it had a strong personality and would not listen to anyone's command. He just sat quietly on the wheel, not knowing what he was thinking. Yunxiao's heart jolted, and he looked surprised. Only his wondrous spiritual eyes could see the phantoms of the 33 Chao techniques on the big wheel. In a short time, those phantoms became more solid, and the aura on their bodies became stronger. The power accumulated on the wheel was enough to completely suppress or even kill Yu Shengfeng, but the Ghost King still didn't move. Could it be that Xianxia is going to summon all the 33 Gong Chao? Yun Xiao was taken aback by his own guess, but the truth before his eyes was becoming more and more like it. I'll deal with this great demon Shang. You can deal with the rest, Duanmu Yoyu said to Luo Qingyun. Luo Qingyun waved his spear and said in a deep voice, "All right." The aura of the 8 ghost Azuras immediately soared to the sky and pressed down on the demons. Duanmu Yoyu even held the cold ruler in his hand and locked onto Shang. His expression was also very solemn, not because of how strong the other party was. After being heavily injured, Shang's current strength was not worth mentioning. It was the power that he had never been able to predict that made him feel extremely uneasy. He knew that something big was about to happen, but he couldn't grasp it. It was a kind of anticipation and fear for the upcoming future. Wei Qing looked like he was in control of the situation. At this moment, only the 4 greater demons, Li Yi, Xian, and Meng, and the High Priest Temple were left. The 8 ghost Azuras were enough to kill them all. The only possible variable was the Ghost King. At least for the time being, this thing did not seem to have any plans to attack. Once the situation had stabilized, it would be too late even if he wanted to attack. After making up his mind, Wei Qing's eyes looked into the distance and became cold. In the distant sky, it was Qiu Mujie who had been watching coldly from the side. He could feel the coldness from Wei Qing and snorted arrogantly, as though he was extremely dissatisfied and unconvinced. "Zi Fei Ji Luo Xing," Wei Qing said coldly. 2 figures appeared in the air. "My lord has such great power in your hands. Do you still want me to risk my life?" Zi Xiaoji laughed bitterly. "It's a critical time now. Even if you're the head of a division, you must listen to my orders," Wei Qing said. "I understand," Zi Beiji sighed. "The 2 of you, kill Qiu Mujie and bring his head to me." Wei Qing's eyes flashed with killing intent. "Yes," the 2 of them replied and flew toward Qiu Mujie. Qiu Mujie's entire body trembled as he furiously said, "Wei Qing, you ungrateful thing, burning the bridge after crossing the river. This old man will definitely kill you one day." "One day," Luo Xing said coldly. "We'll talk about it when you live to that day." He circulated the essence force in his hand and suddenly blasted it over. Zi Xiaoji was also expressionless. Although he had some guesses about the enmity between the 2 of them and was also dissatisfied with Wei Qing's arbitrary control over him, this was indeed a critical period. Everyone present was a peak expert. Whether it was the demon race or the sea of soul formation, Qiu Mujie or Yunxiao, the fate of each person would directly affect the future of the heavenly martial realm. If they could not suppress all these forces today, the situation that the holy region would face in the future would be much more complicated and the pressure would be greater. The responsibility was too great. He didn't dare to disobey Wei Qing's order, so he could only attack with a gloomy face. Qiu Mujie bellowed as the energy on his body continuously surged out violently. It directly soared into the sky and formed a storm that swept towards the 2 of them. As long as his ultimate form was replenished with vitality stones, it would never be exhausted. If he were to fight to the death, he might not lose to the 2 of them. A sneer appeared at the corner of Wei Qing's mouth. He also understood Qiu Mujie's state, but he didn't mind. The key to today's situation was still the victory and defeat of these divine transcendence experts. The most important thing was to suppress the demon race and the sea of soul formation. As long as Xianhua and Lu Fian were suppressed, Killing these peak 9-star experts would be as easy as raising their hands. He only sneered at Xiao Mujia's rage, then turned to Yunxiao and said, "Young Master Yunxiao, you're a smart man. Do you want to fight me now? As long as you hand over the Dao fruit fragment and return to the holy region with me, I can guarantee your safety." "Wei Qing, that ghost king seems to be summoning something powerful," Yunxiao chuckled. "If you don't kill him first, you'll be in trouble later." Sitting on the big wheel, the ghost king's eyes suddenly shot out a fierce light, as if his mind had been seen through. He stared coldly at Yunxiao with a murderous intent. "I know what I'm doing. As long as you submit to me, I'll have the strength to kill him," Wei Qing said. "Although I'm from Tianshui like Li Yi," Yunxiao sighed, "it's a pity that I don't know how to flatter him at all." "Your answer is within my expectations," Wei Qing said indifferently. "It's a great honor to have these 3 ghost Azuras deal with you." Killing intent surged out of the 3 ghost Azuras as they charged at Yunxiao. Yunxiao retreated 1,000 feet and said with a wry smile, "3 ghost Azuras. Lord Wei Qing really thinks highly of me." "I've always thought highly of you," Wei Qing said. "My heart was set on the bright moon, but the bright moon shone on the ditch." "Can I switch opponents with Xiao Mujia?" Yunxiao said. "Can I?" "No," Wei Qing said. With a wave of his hand, the 3 ghost Azuras immediately roared. The power on their bodies exploded and soared into the sky, forming 3 storms just like Xiao Mujia. The fierce qi continued to surge in the air, creating endless waves of air that pushed forward. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he summoned his Transcendence golden body, each hand holding a profound level weapon. Suddenly, 2 rays of light shot over. Under the flickering of human figures, 2 rays of sword qi arrived in the air. One swept across the sky, and the other cut through the sky. Their targets were the same, the 3 ghost Azuras. Boom! 2 streaks of sword qi, one horizontal and one vertical, directly cut into the storm created by the 3 ghost Azuras. Suddenly, they exploded, and a blinding sword light burst out in all directions. Immediately, their powers became chaotic. The 3 ghost Azuras roared and rushed out of the light with weapons in their hands. The 2 sword qi's owners came from the sky and landed on both sides of Yunxiao. One of them was Beifeng Nan. He stood elegantly with his sword in his hand and said indifferently, "Let's go together." The other person's expression was cold. His sword-like eyebrows raised, and his eyes revealed a fierce look. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, and his face was solemn and alert. "Chun Yunyu." Yunxiao's eyes lit up. "Chun Yunyu," he said in joy. The man nodded. "Lord Yuan Gaohan sent me to help you, but I didn't think of Shiju." He paused for a while and looked around. His face was bitter as he said, "I just didn't expect that all the people who came were earth-shattering big shots. I'm afraid I can't help you much." "Don't undervalue yourself," Yunxiao said with a smile. "You're already very good. The 3 of us will each take on one of them. Don't fight with all your strength. Without divine transcendence, it's very difficult to kill these ghost Azuras. Just hold them back." The 2 of them responded softly, and their sword attacks were deftly unleashed, slashing toward Azura ghosts separately, separating the combined attacks of the 3. Yunxiao also turned into countless afterimages and slashed at one of the ghost Azuras with his sword, luring him out. Then, he began to take advantage of their lack of spiritual intelligence and began to fight them. Wei Qing's face sank and he shouted angrily, "Chen Yunyu, you dare to oppose me?" As soon as Chun Yunyu came into contact with Azura Ghost, he was immediately suppressed by the other party's ferocious momentum. The monstrous flame came down like a wave and directly shattered the sword qi around him. He was furious. The sword in his hand became faster and faster, slashing out countless black cracks like a dense drizzle. The Azura Ghost held the war spear in his hand and spun. The spear momentum swept across the area, causing bang bang bang, slashing sounds to be heard. Then, he let out a low roar and held his spear horizontally in front of him. He made countless incantation seals, and the spear light exploded in all directions like fireworks, completely suppressing the sword momentum. In Chen Yuyu's shock, He saw that Azura Ghost had already broken through and was stabbing his vital point. Under the suppression of the heavenly cycle spear aura, he could not escape. He was extremely shocked. He suddenly brandished his long sword and slashed in front of him, instantly forming a light circle. Bang! The halo was instantly scattered by Azura Ghost. The tip of his spear touched the sword, forcing him to retreat several hundred meters before he could stop. His heart was filled with shock. Although he had just broken through to the peak of the 9-star not long ago, he was indeed a true peak expert. However, he was suppressed and beaten by something that was neither human nor ghost. He felt unspeakable discomfort in his heart. But when he heard Wei Qing's shout, he was even more furious and shouted, "I will only listen to Lord Yuan Gaohan's orders. No one else can order me around. If you dare to make another move today, you will be representing Yuan Gaohan to fight against my will. I will definitely settle the score with him when I return," Wei Qing said coldly with a gloomy face. Chen Yuyu sneered. The sword in his hand split into thousands of swords and slashed over. He shouted, "A total of 360 sword strikes. Remember it clearly." The dense sword shadows enveloped the ghost Azura, and the entire space was twisted into countless fragments and exploded. Wei Qing's face was livid with anger and he roared, "Kill, kill, kill! Kill Chen Yuyu and leave nothing behind. Roar!" However, Azura Ghost roared and the countless sword lights were destroyed like fireworks. The spear light burst out and rushed forward again. Chen Yuyu was horrified and retreated 1,000 feet again, feeling extremely aggrieved. He had broken through to the peak of 9-star with great difficulty. He had thought that he could run amok in the world and achieve an immortal reputation. He didn't expect that he would be beaten up so badly that he couldn't even fight back. Moreover, everyone present was more powerful than him. He could not help but want to vomit blood. Just as he was feeling depressed, Yunxiao's voice rang out, "Don't fight them head-on. These ghost Azuras are ferocious, but they don't have enough intelligence. Try to fight them." His heart trembled, and he immediately adjusted his attitude. He retracted his sword chi and began to dodge. In fact, he wasn't the only one who was depressed. Everyone who had faced Azura Ghost was so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Baiming Nan and Yunxiao were fine. One was a steady and calm man, and the other was not surprised by the situation, so it did not matter to them. The members of the demon clan were suppressed by Luo Qingyun and the 8 Azuras. Xian and Meng were already heavily injured, their eyes red, and they were fighting with all their might. He roared and spat out blood. However, the other party was even more ruthless. The 2 ghost Azuras who were fighting them also roared repeatedly, and their attacks became more and more ruthless. They were fighting with no regard for their lives, and with a few moves, they destroyed the other party's ruthlessness, obtaining a situation of complete suppression. Li Hai's condition was slightly better, but he was also in a passive position, mainly dodging. Ci was the high priest, a transcendent sage expert, but he was also forced to a corner by the 4 ghost Azuras. As the silver snakes danced in the sky, he could not escape at all. Moreover, the more he fought, the weaker he became, and his aura was constantly suppressed. Li was very anxious. She also found that the other party was strong but not smart enough. She could deal with him with her own steps. However, there was a fatal problem. The rate at which his elemental energy was being consumed far exceeded that of the Azura Ghost. The other party could consume vitality pills while fighting and maintain a very slow consumption rate. "Ghost King, if you still don't make a move, I'll directly activate the power of the contract and summon you back," she shouted loudly. "Jilly?" The Ghost King's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, "If you summon me back, you will all die." "If you don't make a move," Li Dao said, "what's the point of keeping you in the realm of heavenly martial arts?" "I can't get away now," the Ghost King snorted. "If you can't defeat me, then come back to my side. Don't be stubborn, let's go," Li shouted. She was the first to shake off the ghost Azura in front of her. With a few steps, she shrank the ground into inches and retreated behind the Ghost King. The ghost Azura gave chase. He had 2 heads, and one of them spat out a bolt of lightning. Bang! The lightning exploded several feet away from the Ghost King. A green barrier suddenly appeared and disappeared in a flash. The Ghost King sneered, "Even 8 monsters like you can't do anything to me. Who do you think you are?" He formed an incantation gesture with one hand and suddenly slapped down. A green light suddenly appeared on the wheel and shot over. The ghost Azura was furious. He shook his other head a few times and spat out a gray gas. It collided with the green gas and suddenly exploded. Bang! The green light was clearly stronger, and it shook Azura Ghost's head so much that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was forced to retreat. Wei Qing's eyes narrowed and he snorted coldly. He descended from the sky and walked toward the Ghost King step by step, with the 2 Ghost Azuras following behind him. "The Ghost King? I'd like to see who you are." Wei Qing took a few steps and waved his hand. The scroll appeared in his hand and a few rays of golden light shot out. Bang! The golden light slammed into the enchantment barrier that was opened up by the big wheel, causing it to shatter continuously. However, it did not dissipate. It turned into a golden dragon and pressed down forcefully. It squeezed out spiritual pressure that filled the sky, like branches and leaves spreading out. Wei Qing arrived in a flash, and the mountains and rivers in his hand were like a painting. Suddenly, the beautiful and magnificent scenery of China blasted on the barrier. Boom! The green light suddenly collapsed and the golden dragon came down in a flash. It turned into a sharp golden light and slashed at the Ghost King. Humph! The Ghost King snorted coldly and formed the shape of a tiger with one hand. The faint roar of a tiger resounded through the forest as he grabbed the golden light and extinguished it. Wei Qing's figure landed at the same time, stepping on the big wheel and stepping up. He held the painting in his left hand and pointed at the air with 2 fingers of his right hand. The Ghost King sat cross-legged on the turntable and could only lean back to avoid the power of the finger. At the same time, he kicked out fiercely at Wei Qing's throat. The force of the kick kept exposing the air, and the space seemed to be in a trance, as if it was unstable and could not be figured out. Wei Qing's expression changed, and his figure became dazed. Bang! The blurry figure exploded from the kick, turning into light and dispersing. At the same time, a golden light flashed on the wheel and a palm appeared. It made a hand seal in the air and several golden dragons came crashing down. Bang! 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 The Ghost King dodged continuously, and the golden dragons all slammed into the wheel. The space around them trembled, and the aura on the wheel became chaotic. The Ghost King's eyes narrowed and flickered with anger. With a loud shout, his hands continuously drew circles in front of him, finally forming a halo, and he suddenly pushed it into the sky. The halo spread out and the sky trembled. Wei Qing's figure appeared with a cold expression. He opened the scroll and struck down. Boom! The 2 forces collided, and Wei Qing's body trembled. He was forced back with a shocked expression. As he shouted, the 3 Ghost Azuras behind him who had not moved all this time also roared and charged forward. 2 of them were brought by Long Chenmiao, and 1 was Great Battle Demon Li, who had been forced to retreat by the Ghost King. Under the will of Luo Qingyun and Long Chenmiao, all the Ghost Azuras obeyed Wei Qing. Boom! As soon as the 3 Ghost Azuras made their move, the pressure on landscape as a painting was immediately reduced. The green halo was suppressed and continued to fall. The Ghost King's expression changed drastically, and he kept forming hand seals with both hands. The incomplete 33 Merit Chow suddenly turned into shadows and sat cross-legged around the big wheel. They also made hand seals and a vast force spread out. What? Wei Qing's heart was filled with shock. Even with the 3 Ghost Azuras working together, they were still unable to suppress the Ghost King. The power of the green halo seemed to be endless. Not only that, but it was also rising continuously. From the previous decline, it became an even match, and now it was even stronger. Gu Shengfeng, Wei Qing suddenly shouted. Yu Shengfeng, who had been suppressed by the wheel for a long time, suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Understood." He leaped into the air and cast a few incantations seals into the carriage. The Jade Rui immediately turned into a flying boat and slammed into the big wheel, Boom! The two profound level weapons collided with each other, causing a shocking spiritual pressure. The entire sky turned into two colors, and an extremely deep black crack was squeezed out between the profound level weapons. It kept devouring the spiritual chi in the sky, as if it was going to suck everything in. Damn it! 3 reincarnations. The Ghost King shouted as green light shot out from his eyes. He raised his hands to the sky and shouted, 3 reincarnations! Countless strange runes flew out from his hand, and the big wheel suddenly started to spin. Countless ghostly shadows flew out, and the sky changed color. In an instant, it was enveloped in light and shadow. This is a Xianxia. Wei Qing and Yu Shengfeng were both shocked. The strange power on the wheel filled the world and directly changed the stars, changing the world. Everyone was shocked to find that the entire world had disappeared, and only this big wheel was left between heaven and earth, spinning under their feet. The wheel was carved with countless obscure symbols and countless lines that ran across heaven and earth. Around the large wheel stood 33 merit officers. Their faces were ghastly, and their hands were in hand seals. Everyone's posture was different, and they were all extremely beautiful. Damn it! What's going on? The crowd of onlookers in the distance cried out in surprise. They were also drawn into the wheel and were shocked. Is it an illusion again? Damn it! It wasn't easy to escape from death, and now it's here again. All sorts of roars and curses rose and fell. This is Ingluo, this is Ingluo. Tung Guang was suddenly shocked, his face filled with horror. Everyone stopped fighting and became alert. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with 7 colors. To his horror, he found that this was no illusion, but a world derived from the big wheel. Could it be that that thing is also a supreme-grade profound-level weapon? His heart trembled. At this moment, the Ghost King had already disappeared. Only the 33 meritorious service officers' faces were like ghosts, ferocious and terrifying. Everyone, shut up! Wei Qing shouted in a deep voice. At his words, everyone fell silent. To be able to survive until now, they either had extraordinary strength or extremely high intelligence. Naturally, they understood that, in the current situation, they had to calm down first. Don't panic, everyone! Wei Qing snorted coldly. The 2 holy lands, the 7 sect masters, and the 10 great martial sovereigns are all here. With everyone working together, even if that Ghost King is a divine realm expert, he will be annihilated. His words might not be reliable, but they were indeed like a tranquilizer, calming everyone down. A few demon clansmen flew down and landed beside Li. They were all injured and panting. Only Shang and Duanmu Youyu were left in the sky. Xianxia and Yao Jinliang were still fighting. They seemed to be fighting with boundless anger. No matter how the world changed, they could not stop. Lu Fian's entire body was covered in blood as she fell from the sky. She directly sat on the big wheel and made hand seals with one hand to recover her energy. Long Chenmiao's face was green. Although he had used up a lot of essence force, he was still suppressing Lu Fian. His breathing was slow and long. Wei Qing, what's going on? Long Chenmiao walked up and asked in shock. Wei Qing's expression was also cold. He looked around but couldn't see the Ghost King's figure at all. Hearing the continuous explosions in the sky, he was upset. Everyone, stop! He shouted. Gongziyu, Yao Jinliang, come back! A few rays of light suddenly burst out in the sky, and the 2 pairs suddenly separated, both falling from the sky. The 4 of them were pale and covered in blood. The only one in a better state was Duanmu Youyu. Although his face was pale, he could still maintain his grace. Duanmu Tsang flew over and said, "Brother, are you okay?" Duanmu Youyu shook his head and looked around. Is this strange wheel the power that blocks the result of our calculations? I don't know. The forces before us are too strong. We can't figure it out unless we work together and use the deity's mirror, Duanmu Tsang replied. Duanmu Youyu calculated with his fingers and said with a frown, "Something seems to be wrong. Forget it. Let's wait for the situation to develop." "Father, do you know what's going on?" Ning Qiun asked in a low voice from the crowd. Ning Kuei said, "This should be in the space created by the profound level weapon. It's not far from a saint weapon. I've never heard of a ghost king before. The world is so big that it's hard to estimate. What 7 sect masters? They're just a joke." Ning Qiyun frowned and said, "Father, you don't have to belittle yourself. Divine transcendence is already the peak of this world. Even if this ghost king has a stronger power, he will still be suppressed by the power of the natural order. It's not a big deal." "Yes," Ning Kuei agreed. "The highest rules in this world are only level 9. Even if the ghost king is really in the immortal state, he will be suppressed to the divine transcendence. Otherwise, he will be defying the rules of the heavenly way." Shang landed in front of the demons, his body covered in wounds. "What's going on? This should be the Ghost King's profound level weapon space." Li's face was a little pale. "Profound artifact space? A saint artifact?" Shang was shocked. Li nodded and said, "Small wheel 3-phase life transformation reincarnation wheel." Yunxiao's body trembled. Although he had never heard of this big wheel, the name made him realize that it was exactly the same as his small wheel 3-phase life transformation magical spirit eyes. "AI, it's indeed this item." Teng Guang suddenly sighed. Everyone's eyes gathered on him. Wei Qing appeared in front of him in a flash and said, "You know the origin of this item? Tell me quickly." Teng Guang's eyes revealed a strange expression as he said, "To be able to die under this profound level weapon, it's a worthy death. Not bad, not bad." "Shut up," Wei Qing angrily said. "Who wants to die like you? Quickly tell me the origin of this profound armament." Teng Guang then said slowly, "In this world, there is a rule that, although it belongs to the heavenly way, has surpassed the shackles of the heavenly martial realm. It does not exist in the 3 realms or the 5 elements." Everyone's heart trembled as a bad feeling rose in their hearts. "Get to the main point," Wei Qing said in a deep voice. "This is the power of reincarnation," Teng Guang said. "Under the heavenly Tao, many powerful formations were born. The heavens and earth were one formation, and so was the cycle of reincarnation. They were all under the evolution of the heavenly Tao, but they affected each other. Nothing in the world can escape the cycle of reincarnation." Wei Qing's face turned green, and he said coldly, "You mean, this is the place where heaven and earth reincarnate?" Everyone's hearts were greatly shocked, and they were instantly in a state of confusion. These were all mighty forces that only existed in legends, and they were as inaudible as the heavenly Tao. How could they appear before their eyes? Many people rubbed their eyes and knocked on their heads, hoping that it was an illusion and that they would wake up soon. "What nonsense are you thinking about?" Teng Guang said in embarrassment. "Unless it was the heavenly Tao itself, who else could enter the cycle of reincarnation? I've read about this profound level weapon in the records. It's an existence with unparalleled power in ancient times. It was refined directly with the power of reincarnation. It's just a profound level weapon, and it only contains a trace of the reincarnation rules." "Oh?" Wei Qing heaved a sigh of relief and said, "So the quality of this profound level weapon is also in the category of saint weapons?" Teng Guang frowned and said, "It's hard to define. The saint artifacts we're talking about are all created by integrating the rules of the 10 divine realms. Although the Great Wheel of Samsara doesn't have the 10 divine realms rules, its power of samsara isn't weaker than the 10 divine realms rules. If we have to classify it, it's naturally a saint artifact, and even above ordinary saint artifacts." "Fear comes from the unknown," Long Qinyun replied. "Now that I know his bottom line, I'm not afraid anymore. And it's something that's been recorded in the history books, so it must have existed in the realm of heavenly martial arts." Teng Guang nodded and said, "I have nothing to live for. If I die, I die. If you want to live, you'd better understand that the rules of reincarnation are not suppressed by the realm power of the heavenly martial realm. This Ghost King seems to be an existence that has existed for a long time. Perhaps he is a true God realm expert." "Keek keek." The Ghost King's loud laughter came from the sky. Green flames floated around and gradually gathered into a huge skeleton, which looked exactly like the Ghost King. He stuck out his long scarlet tongue and licked his lips. He clicked his tongue and praised. I didn't think that there would be someone other than Jilly Division who could recognize this wheel. His eyes flickered with green light as he looked at Xianxia and said, What's more unexpected is that in today's heavenly martial arts realm, there is actually someone who can practice the heaven-defying magical power of the little cycle 3-phase life transformation technique, Spirit Eyes. Xianxia shivered when he was stared at by the man's green eyes, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It was a chill that came from the soul and penetrated the body. Ghost King, what do you mean by this? Li Jing asked. What do you mean? Hee. The Ghost King laughed weirdly and said, Naturally, I'm going to fulfill my promise to you and kill all these people. But there's no need to drag us in, is there? Li said. The Ghost King chuckled. I can see that your companions are quite strong as well. They also have a lot of good things on them. Why don't you let me eat them all? Ha 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 ha. Ghost King, if you dare to have any ideas about us, I will summon you back right now. Li Yunfeng was furious. She grabbed the war drum, and a series of words appeared on it, flashing in the air. The Ghost King laughed. Ha ha ha. Summon me back? Don't you think it's too late? Although the power of the samsara wheel is not suppressed by the realm force of the heavenly martial realm, he said coldly, the heavenly martial realm has lost the 10 rules. My own power is still suppressed. This way, I can't bring the entire samsara wheel to the heavenly martial realm. I need time. Li's expression changed drastically, and he suddenly cast incantation seals onto the battle drum. The characters flickered and disappeared in front of him one by one, and a strange power appeared around the Ghost King, like a nebula that lingered around him. Humph! The Ghost King snorted heavily, and a green flame flashed in his eyes. The strange force immediately dissipated with a bang. A rumbling sound came from the war drum, and all the words were instantly annihilated, turning into light smoke and dissipating. Li was shocked, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Keek. The Ghost King laughed complacently. The reason for the failure of the recall is that your power is unable to exert the power of the contract to the extreme. The power of the samsara wheel is not suppressed by the heavenly martial realm, and I can use 100% of my power. With the wheel itself, none of you will be able to escape death. Everyone's heart trembled. The Ghost King's strange laughter was like a heavy stone pressing on their chest, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. 100%? Xianxia suddenly asked. 100%? I don't think this big wheel of fortune is a complete body. The Ghost King's pupils constricted as he stared coldly at Xianxia and said, As expected of the wondrous spiritual eyes, I was in a hurry just now and didn't manage to send the entire great wheel of samsara over. However, this is at least 60% of my main body's power, which is enough to kill all of you. After we've eaten all of you, we'll descend with the complete profound level weapon and become invincible in the world. Wei Qing sneered. I've told so many jokes. They're not funny at all. How cold. Even a complete saint artifact and a true godly state expert can't kill all of us. Yu Shangfeng sneered. Ha ha. Xianxia laughed. The intelligence of creatures is always a weakness. Damn it. The Ghost King flew into a rage. The outline of the giant ghost head trembled, and the large wheel suddenly began to spin. Rays of light rose from under everyone's feet and then dispersed in the air. Everyone's body trembled as a strange force came from all directions, directly suppressing the essence energy in their bodies. What? This power is so strong. Everyone was gobsmacked. Circulating essence force at this moment was actually 100 times more difficult. The martialists below the rank of a 9 heavens martial sovereign were also suppressed like mortals. They had no strength at all. Humph, you're just pretending. Even if it's the power of reincarnation, it's still a rule of the heavenly Tao, Yu Shangfeng said coldly. Since it's also a rule, what nonsense are you talking about killing us for? Demonic flames surged up from his body, and he formed 3 heads and 6 arms with a hand seal. Then, he slashed the ancient dust sword toward the sky. Boom! Countless jade dragons flew up, completely unaffected by the power of reincarnation. What? The Ghost King's eyes widened in shock. Boom! The giant Ghost King's shadow was instantly shattered, turning into morning stars that filled the sky. Yu Shengfeng kept his sword and sneered. After acting mysterious, your strength is not as good as before. Bah! A few rays of light gathered on the wheel and turned into the Ghost King. He said with a gloomy face, I forgot that you're cultivating devil essence. It's impossible to suppress it. What about me? Long Chenmiao's cold voice was heard. Suddenly, a huge iron rod appeared in the sky and smashed down. The Ghost King was shocked. The boundless pressure under the iron rod directly suppressed him. In his horror, he suddenly raised his hand to block it. Bang! The iron rod hit his wrist directly, and with a cracking sound, the scales on his right arm cracked. The vast and powerful force shook his arm until it went numb, and he was forced to retreat. The might of a true dragon. This is a vast dragon's might. The Ghost King was greatly alarmed and his face turned green. You can't even suppress the true dragon's might, Long Qinyun replied. What can you do? With a wave of his staff, the 5 ghost Asuras rushed up and attacked. The 5 of them all used their own techniques and struck out. The Ghost King's expression changed. He clasped his hands in front of his body and a mirror-light defense appeared. Boom! The 5 people's attacks were instantly blocked, and the violent force from the impact spread out in all directions, creating a cloud of smoke. Long Chenmiao frowned. Asura Ghost's power is indeed suppressed a little, but not by much. If that's the case, you and Luo Qingyun alone are enough to deal with him, Wei Qing said. Humph! Long Chenmiao snorted. I alone am enough. Why does Asura Ghost need to do it? He carried the iron rod and walked forward step by step. Long Chenmiao had never revealed his strength in front of others, but no one dared to underestimate him. The battle with Lu Fian was considered his first public attack, and he had beaten a titled martial sovereign to the point where he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet he acted as if nothing had happened. This kind of power was enough to sit firmly at the top of the 7 sect masters. This was also the reason why Wei Qing had sent him a message when he realized that the situation was not right, asking him to cross the boundary to help suppress everything. The Ghost King's face darkened. Although he was no longer as arrogant as before, he still had a cold and arrogant attitude. He said coldly, The 10th level dragon's blood is indeed a little troublesome, but I'm not afraid of it. Unless you really have turned into a true spirit, then I'll still be a little afraid. Humph! Long Chenmiao snorted coldly. You can't hide your guilty conscience by saying such nonsense. His body suddenly flashed and appeared above the Ghost King. He grabbed the iron rod with both hands and smashed it down. A rod shadow streaked across the sky, flashing with silver light. It was extremely gorgeous. Bang! The Ghost King's figure suddenly disappeared from where he was standing. The staff directly scattered the afterimages and smashed onto the big wheel, causing the space to tremble. So strong! Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Even though it was already shocking that Lu Fian vomited blood after being hit by him. But at this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him, and they could feel the vast dragon's might even more. Lu Fian's eyes were also focused, and her face was calm. It was as if she didn't have any hatred or resentment because of her injury. Luo Qingyun's blood was boiling. The vast dragon might resonated with the dragon blood in his body. Long Chenmiao's current strength was what he was after. Your arrogance is making me want to kill you. The Ghost King's cold voice came down, and a large hand suddenly appeared in the sky, bombarding down. There were countless green formation patterns on the palm, and they were so dense that they gave off waves. They stacked on top of each other and pushed each other away. You can only blame yourself for being useless. Long Chenmiao shouted and threw the iron rod on the ground, shaking the wheel of samsara. A vast dragon's might rushed out from his body. The green dragon chi spiraled up from his body, and everywhere it passed, it turned into a demon. His smooth skin was covered with scales that shone, and his forehead bulged left and right like bamboo shoots breaking out of the ground. 2 green dragon horns grew out of his head, and the spiritual chi was overwhelming. His hands also transformed into dragon claws, and his 5 fingers were as sharp as blades. A dragon tail grew from his back and wrapped around his waist. He completely transformed into a half-demonic human dragon form, and with a loud roar, a dragon roared through the 9 heavens. The power was like a shocking thunder that rushed straight into the 9 heavens. It even condensed into the form of a dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it rushed towards the palm print. Boom! The layers of waves under the giant hand were scattered by the dragon form, and its entire might was completely lost. The palm was even jolted back, and it continued to push towards the sky. Boom! In a few breaths, it completely exploded under the dragon's might and disappeared without a trace. There was only a faint dragon's shadow left in the sky above the wheel. It seemed to have passed through and gradually disappeared before everyone's eyes. Such a shocking strike was vast and powerful, giving off a feeling of infinite power. Everyone was surprised and happy. Some were in awe, some were afraid, some were worried, but more than that, they were ecstatic. With Long Qianmiao around, they felt a sense of security. A trace of fear appeared in Lu Fian's eyes. Before, she wasn't his match before she turned into a dragon. Now, with that soul-threatening power, it was even harder for her to fight. What? The Ghost King's surprised voice rang out in the sky. A green light flashed in the sky, and his true body appeared, his face full of shock. If you only have this much strength, Long Qianmiao said coldly, you're a laughingstock. The Ghost King trembled with anger and said coldly, you're indeed very strong. With the blood of a true dragon, the power of reincarnation can't suppress you at all. Tisk! You're afraid? Long Qianmiao mocked disdainfully. Are you saying that you've admitted defeat? Humph! The Ghost King snorted coldly and said, just because the power of reincarnation can't suppress you doesn't mean that this king can't do anything to you. His hands began to form seals, and the entire reincarnation wheel began to spin rapidly. The 33 Gongchao around him sensed it, and at the same time, the seals in his hands changed. Rays of green light shot out and turned into runes in the air. They all stuck to the Ghost King's body and then disappeared into his body. Ha! The Ghost King roared, his eyes wide open. As the green runes were sucked in, their bodies expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, instantly becoming more than half their original size. The air around him was shaken by his physical strength, and then exploded with a bang. You can transform into a dragon, but I can also increase my strength. The Ghost King roared and punched out in the air. His entire body turned into a stream of light and flew down with the power of the punch. Humph! Long Qianmiao snorted heavily. His face was full of disdain, but he didn't dare to underestimate his enemy. Under the surge of origin power, the iron rod shook with a bang, and he grabbed it in his hand and hit it against the power of the fist. Countless runes and halos surged on the iron rod, and they were all released under the swing. Boom! The two figures collided with each other, and an infinite amount of power spread out in all directions. Green chi was rolling in the sky, and the dragon's might was roaring below. The two forces eroded each other, causing the entire wheel to shake and space to sway. The two forces were at a stalemate, but as the samsara wheel spun, green chi kept pouring into the Ghost King's body. Slowly, more and more green chi gathered and it started to gain the upper hand. Long Qianmiao's body was surrounded by circles of green light. It was the power of the dragon's might. However, it was being consumed at an extremely fast speed, causing his face to turn pale. Humph! You're going to die even if you're a true spirit. The Ghost King sneered as he formed a fist with his left hand and punched down. The two fists met in the air, and with a bang, green chi burst forth. Under the might of the fist, the power instantly increased by several times and pressed down. Boom! Long Qianmiao finally couldn't take it anymore, and he flew up to open it. The power of the fist slammed into the wheel, sending countless runes flying. Turned into a slash in the air and shot out. Bang, bang, bang! Long Qianmiao waved his iron rod and shattered all the attacks. The Ghost King dashed forward and appeared in front of Long Qianren with a punch. Boom! The air exploded, and Long Qianmiao held the iron rod with both hands. He spun in the air, forming a Tai Chi pattern. The power of the punch suddenly turned in the Tai Chi diagram and deviated to the side. The Ghost King furrowed his brows as he felt his strength being diverted, causing him to slip past Long Qianren. Humph! He snorted coldly and turned his fist into a claw, grabbing at his opponent's dantian. At the same time, he threw a punch with his left hand. The space around him was instantly covered by the power of his fist, and he punched forward. Long Qianren was shocked. After absorbing the power of the 33 Gongqiao, his opponent seemed to have surpassed him. He lowered his iron rod and placed it in front of his dantian. Bang! The Ghost King's sharp claws directly grabbed the iron rod, and then the wind from his fist smashed down. The two of them were fighting close to each other at an extremely fast speed. Those who were not strong enough could only see afterimages, and some could only see flashes of light. They could not even catch their figures. Long Qianmiao was forced to give up on the cudgel. He drew a circle in front of him with his arms and clenched the fingers of his left hand into a dragon fist to meet the attack. A dragon's shadow appeared on the fist power. The dragon fought in the wild and roared to the 9 heavens. Boom! The power of the fist force surged between the two of them, shaking in all directions. The martial artists in the distance were shocked. The power made them retreat until they reached the edge of the wheel. It was a dark, endless space outside, and no one dared to go out. Long Qianmiao groaned. His opponent's punch had broken his dragon's might. The qi and blood in his body instantly boiled, and the shadow of a true dragon appeared behind him. It returned to his body and suppressed the power of the fist force. The result of such a forceful resistance was a mouthful of blood gushing up his throat and flowing out from the corner of his mouth. But he did not take a single step back. The Ghost King also felt a force bounce back from his arm, causing his body to tremble. However, his brows quickly relaxed as he grinned. "You want to rely on your half-dragon body to resist? How childish!" He shouted and took a step forward. A wave of power was sent out along his arm, like waves pushing away, layer by layer, each wave stronger than the previous. Long Qianmiao's expression changed drastically. He felt his left fist starting to break apart. Even his half-dragon body could not withstand the destructive force. The dragon's scales on his arm burst open, and he felt an excruciating pain. "Ha!" He roared and his face turned ferocious. A dragon's head vaguely appeared. His right hand suddenly formed a seal and then he slapped the iron rod. Bang! A Dao weapon essence spread out, and the rhythm of the profound level weapon emitted from the iron rod shook the entire big wheel. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the iron rod in shock. They did not know what kind of profound level weapon it was. It looked so ordinary, but it actually had such a spiritual nature. Yunxiao's body trembled, and his pupils constricted in horror. Through his 7-colored demonic eyes, he could vaguely see the sword in the iron rod being activated. Countless sword runes gushed out and sword will filled the sky. Not only did it revolve around the two of them, but it also began to condense in the air, forming a sea of sword qi. The Ghost King's body trembled, and his left hand that was holding the iron rod trembled uncontrollably, as if he had sensed something terrifying. "Not good!" he suddenly shouted, and his fist force surged out, pushing his opponent away. He immediately rose into the air and retreated. Clang! The crisp sound of a sword rang out and reverberated in everyone's ears. It caused countless tinnitus and made them seem to be temporarily deaf. Then, there was a flash of cold light that pierced the eyes. For a moment they were blinded. In their white vision, they seemed to see a white silk spreading out in the sky. Before anyone could sense the terrifying sword intent, they saw a flash of blood, followed by the Ghost King's scream. "Ah!" The Ghost King's body flipped in the air, letting out a loud wail. Then he fell down and hit the spinning wheel. There was a terrifying sword mark on his chest. It went from his left shoulder to his right waist. He was about to break. Long Qianmiao's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, "What a tough body, but can you block my second strike?" The sword in his hand shone brightly on the water, causing the waves to boil. Under the trembling, It was as if a long river had been formed, and there was a dragon moving in it. What kind of sword is this? Everyone's heart trembled as they looked at each other in horror. They all saw the fear in each other's eyes. The Ghost King's eyes also revealed a trace of fear as he forced himself to retreat. Xianxia even took a deep breath, his eyes filled with disbelief. Although he had never seen the sword before, the aura it gave him was familiar. However, he could not believe it, so he could not confirm it. Long Qinmiao stepped forward with his sword and said coldly, "To be able to die under this sword, your trip to the realm of heavenly martial arts was not in vain." After taking a few steps back, the Ghost King found that there was no way out. His face immediately sank and he said in a cold voice, "I was too careless. I thought that there were no rules of the 10 directions in this world, and you were at most ordinary transcendence. I didn't expect that there were still people who had the power of a true spirit." Everyone trembled. No one knew how strong a true spirit was, but they were all existences of the 10 directions divine realm. Could it be that Long Qinmiao already had the power of the divine realm? Wei Qing's face was also filled with uncertainty, and his eyes were filled with a complicated expression. "That's right," Duanmu Yoyu praised. "With comprehension that surpasses the peak of martial arts and 10th grade dragon blood, Long Qinmiao might be the #1 person in the world. Ghost King, it's not an injustice for you to die at his hands." "Humph, not wronged. Do you know that this will only descends with 60% of my power?" The Ghost King said coldly. "It suppresses my power to 60% as well. Once I exceed this limit, I'll be devoured by the cultivation method." Duanmu Yoyu raised his brows and said, "So what? Are you trying to tell everyone that you're not willing to accept your loss? Lose? Ha ha ha. You guys are too childish. How can this king lose?" The Ghost King roared, and the green chi on his body burst out. He waved his hands, and countless runes appeared, which were continuously sent into the large wheel. The power of reincarnation surged up from the ground and ghostly chi filled the sky. There were also countless wandering soul-like things floating in the air. He sucked them all into his mouth and swallowed them. The Ghost King's aura rose once more, and the terrible wound on his chest began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Long Qinmiao, you've made me willing to suffer the pain of the backlash to raise my power to the peak. You should be proud of yourself." Boom! After a few breaths, he seemed to have reached his limit and a terrifying power burst out. The heavens and earth trembled, and the great wheel of samsara trembled for a moment before it slowly regained its stability. However, the reincarnation power that filled the sky became extremely powerful, and everyone suddenly felt the pressure increase. Even Wei Qing and the other divine transcendence experts frowned. Long Qinmiao was shocked as well. He flew up and waved his long sword in front of him. He condensed a sharp sword chi and slashed it forward. The Ghost King's face was filled with anger. He reached out and grabbed in the air, instantly condensing a large blade. It shook out layers of light and struck back. Bang! The saber power directly shattered the sword chi and flew out. At the same time, his figure flashed and his entire body moved along with the saber, slashing down from the sky. Bang! Long Qinmiao held his sword horizontally to block, and the two forces struck him one after another. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him, forcing him to retreat. The saber light and sword chi shot up, and it was unusually beautiful. However, no one was in the mood to appreciate this beautiful scene. They all had solemn expressions as they felt a great suppression and slight coldness. The blade light carried an extremely strong reincarnation power. It kept tearing Long Qinmiao's body apart, and his dragon scales kept cracking. Hee, your sword is indeed impressive. However, this saber is part of the great wheel of samsara and also possesses the power of the world. How can you block it? The Ghost King laughed nastily and pressed down with the saber in his hand, increasing his power. Bang, bang, bang. The dragon scales on Long Qinmiao's body were shattered into pieces, and dragon blood spurted out. It turned into crystal-clear beads of blood in the air and fell to the ground. It's indeed divine blood of 10 directions. The Ghost King's face turned cold, and his eyes burst with an extremely greedy light. He couldn't help but stick out his red tongue and lick his lips, making a tisk-tisk sound. Gulp! Long Qianmiao swallowed his saliva with difficulty. His forehead was covered in sweat, and he was frightened by his terrifying expression. He was indeed anxious. The formation light on the saber of samsara seemed to be able to draw power from the wheel continuously, suppressing his sword body. Not only that, although his vast dragon might was not suppressed by the power of reincarnation, it also disintegrated extremely quickly under the impact, and his entire body was a little overwhelmed. He be chopped into pieces by the blade of reincarnation. This king hasn't eaten a true spirit for a long time. Hehe. It'll definitely be a great supplement. Hehe. The Ghost King couldn't help but laugh complacently as victory was in sight. You want to eat me? Go. Long Qianmiao felt a wave of fear in his heart, which immediately stimulated his great potential. A ray of green light bloomed from his body, and his aura rose to the extreme. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. His left hand formed an incantation gesture and slapped the sword. He shouted, "Unseal!" A terrifying sword force spread out, and under the cold light, the shape of a dragon appeared. Then, the sound of swords and weapons rang out. What? The Ghost King was greatly shocked. The power of the sword actually began to slowly push his reincarnation blade away, and there was actually a reverse pressure. How is this possible? His mind short-circuited for a moment. He was transformed from the original body of a saint weapon and was one with this reincarnation world. What kind of profound level weapon could shake this saber away? However, the reality in front of him made him unable to think any further. The soaring sword chi bloomed like a flower. Long Qianmiao's face was solemn as well. He seemed to be extremely afraid of the sword in his hand and did not dare to be careless. Heaven and earth can't do anything. Behead Sin, he shouted as his left hand formed another seal. Bang! A vast and mighty force spread out from the sword. The green light turned into a circle of light and spread out like an entire world. Suddenly, the Ghost King was sent flying. What? Everyone's jaw dropped. Although they felt that the sword intent was extremely powerful, it shouldn't be enough to send the Ghost King flying, right? Just as everyone was in shock, Long Qianmiao himself could not withstand the force of the sword. He was blown away and spat out a mouthful of blood. The sword in his hand trembled as all sorts of energy surged out. It was as if he couldn't control it. The Ghost King flew back a few hundred feet before he could stabilize his body. He looked at his arm in horror. More than half of his scales had been cut off by the sword intent. He seemed to have thought of something and suddenly screamed, "True Dragon Sword!" Long Qianmiao's face darkened, and he cast a few incantations into the sword to suppress the surging intent. He then said coldly, "Since you recognize this sword, you can die in peace now." He changed the direction of his sword and no longer chased after the Ghost King. Instead, he held the hilt of the sword with both hands and stabbed it into the samsara wheel. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening explosion rang out, startling numerous azure dragons. With the true dragon sword as the center, they shuttled across the sky above the large wheel and jolted into it. The entire space began to tremble violently. He wanted to take drastic measures and destroy the wheel completely, rendering the Ghost King helpless. Then, he would die without a doubt. Everyone was shocked and afraid. They were looking forward to the collapse of the entire space, but they were afraid of hurting themselves. They were all extremely vigilant. Yao Li's face turned white, and his lips trembled as if he was talking to himself. How is this possible? How can Long Qianmiao be so strong that even the great wheel of samsara can't suppress him? The sword in his hand is called Heaven and Earth Wufa. It was the divine sword of the leader of all living beings, the true dragon, he said. A divine sword passed down from the ancient true dragon? Ci was shocked and asked with a trembling voice. The voice was filled with fear and disbelief. Yes, the referee replied, but it was not a complete sword. According to the legend, in the flow of time, the sword of the dragon was fought over by countless strong cultivators. In the end, It was split into 4 and disappeared under the realm of heavenly martial arts. This should be one of them, Li Dao said. No wonder the Kasaya is so powerful. It's actually a fragment of the true dragon sword. Shang's expression turned ugly, and he said in a low voice, Duanmu Youyu is right. With his extraordinary cultivation and 10th level dragon blood, there are few in the world who can match him. Now that he has the sword of a true dragon, he is truly invincible. Unless I have a complete set of cultivation techniques and obtain that Dao fruit fragment, I won't have the confidence to defeat him. With that thought in mind, his heart was filled with even more hatred. As the world trembled, his vengeful and resentful gaze was directed at Li Yi. As if he wanted to eat his flesh raw, Li Yi had been panicking as he watched the space collapse. Suddenly, his body shuddered as he felt a sharp light on his back. He quickly turned to face Shang and the others, becoming extremely vigilant. Lord Shang may have lost some power and Dao fruit fragments, Li said, but the lost power can be recovered. The lost Dao fruit fragments did not belong to us in the first place, and it was not part of our plan. There is nothing to regret. On the contrary, in the Great Illusionary Land, you have a strong understanding of the King level's Great Illusionary Array Dao. The effect is not worse than eating the Dao fruit fragments, but you need to spend more time. You're right, Lord Li, Ci said. In the future, the only one who can compete with Long Qianmiao is you. Only me. Shang's eyes narrowed as he looked at Yunxiao, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. His strength had always been far superior to Yunxiao's, but every time he tried to kill him, he failed. This could no longer be explained by luck. The only explanation was that this man had the will of heaven, and no ordinary person could kill him. If he could step into the immortal realm in the future, his greatest enemy would not be Long Qianmiao, but Yunxiao. Yunxiao was looking at the sword intent with a serious expression when he suddenly felt Shang's coldness. He could not help but glance at it. He snorted in surprise, then turned his eyes back to the true dragon's sword without blinking. He had felt a sense of familiarity just now. This sword essence was the same as the 2 divine swords that Che Yu and the Dragon Head had used in the battle in the Eastern Sea's Rainy Land. He was the strongest swordsman in the world today. He could clearly feel the same aura, the same sword intent, and it was exactly the same. The Ghost King's face was filled with fear as he roared, "Damn you! You hurt me again and even tried to destroy my great wheel of samsara. I'll tear you into pieces." He went crazy. His body suddenly enlarged and he slammed his palm on the wheel. Suddenly, heaven and earth trembled. Countless strange runes flew up, filling the entire space. Heaven and earth spun rapidly, and everyone was surrounded by the talismans in the sky. A bad feeling welled up in everyone's heart. Only 60% of the samsara wheel's power will descend. This king will activate it completely even if I have to activate the nomological world power and kill all of you. The Ghost King's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. As he roared, he continuously struck out incantations, each faster than the last. The mighty force of heaven and earth appeared and circulated on the large wheel. Bang! 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 The green dragon that was moving unhindered on the ground suddenly shattered. The vast dragon's might that filled the ground was suppressed and gradually dissipated. What? Long Qianren was shocked. An unparalleled force rushed out from the wheel, as if an ancient beast had awakened. Bang! The heaven and earth invisible sword suddenly jolted out. His entire body was hit by the impact. It was as if his chest had been hit by an iron hammer. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Not good. Everyone was shocked. Even the powerful Long Qianmiao could not suppress it and fell to the ground with serious injuries. The true dragon sword was also thrown to the side, but its spiritual energy was not reduced, and it was still shining coldly. Ha 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 ha! You bastards! Let's see the true power of the samsara wheel. Ha ha ha! The Ghost King laughed wildly. His body trembled uncontrollably under the vast power, but he was more excited than anything else. There will be 2 more chapters later, and those friends who can take it will continue to take it. After the heaven and earth invisible sword was knocked away, the Ghost King laughed maniacally as the power of reincarnation became stronger and stronger. A vast and mighty force descended, suppressing everyone to the point where they felt extremely suffocated. It was as if a stone was pressing on their chests, and even breathing became difficult. Some of the weaker martial artists even sprawled on the ground and kept spitting bubbles. Some even closed their eyes. It was unknown whether they had fainted or died. Long Qianmiao was also lying on the ground. When the true dragon sword was sent flying, the sword force and the power of reincarnation hit his body at the same time. Even though his dragon body was extremely strong, he was still seriously injured. Although the dragon's might was not suppressed by the power of reincarnation, the power still attacked his body, causing his injuries to worsen. Long Qianmiao's face turned pale. He took out a scarlet elixir and swallowed it. Then, he made a hand seal and began to dissolve the medicinal power. He didn't dare to meditate, and he looked around vigilantly while healing his injuries. Humph! Long Qianmiao's healing action fell into the Ghost King's eyes, but he didn't care at all. He just sneered in disdain, revealing a look of contempt. At this moment, the rotation of the disc had reached an extremely high speed, and the vast power had also reached its peak. A few martial artists directly exploded on the spot. Rise! The Ghost King roared as he turned around and sent out several seals that flew into the bodies of the Merit Chow. Streams of light were emitted from the 33 Gongxiao's body, and everyone began to become full of spiritual energy. Although their faces were like ghosts, there seemed to be spiritual light floating. Not good! What? Li was shocked and shouted, "Everyone, be careful! Let's work together and break open the space." Everyone frowned. The power of reincarnation was being suppressed so severely. Everyone knew that things were not good. Did they even need you to tell them? And if he could break through the air to escape, he would have done so long ago. Just as everyone was casting looks of disdain at him, the 33 meritorious virtues suddenly opened their eyes. They were like the stars in the night sky, shining brightly and penetrating into one's heart. What's going on? Everyone was shocked and immediately became alert. After the 33 meritorious service officers opened their eyes, they actually walked down from the surroundings. What? Everyone was shocked, and a bad feeling spread in their hearts. The meritorious advisors all had ghastly expressions, and their auras were constantly rising, as if they were about to kill. Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he said in surprise, "Although these things look like jade, they don't have a real body. Instead, they are like spiritual beings. What are they?" Li's face was bitter and he said in despair, "We're finished." He really activated the full power of the great samsara wheel. The 33 Gongqiao is the spirit of this profound level weapon, and its power is infinite. The spirit of a profound level weapon? Why are there so many of them? Everyone was shocked. It was already impressive for an ordinary profound level weapon to have one weapon spirit. Even if this was a supreme grade profound level weapon, it should at most have 2 or 3 weapons. How could there be 33 at once? "I don't understand either," Li said. "But I've seen records from the ancestors. There were 33. Furthermore, these Merit Chow were all refined from the souls of deity realm powerhouses." This time it was like a thunderclap, making everyone's head buzz. The soul of a god realm expert refined into an artifact spirit puppet. 33 mayflies, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Yunxiao's mouth was wide open, and he was lost in thought for a moment. Only Beifeng Nan was the calmest. He said slowly, "In the ancient times, there were as many godly state experts as there were dogs. Perhaps there were even more than the current martial sovereigns. It's not strange to capture 33 of them to extract their souls and refine them into weapons. This buy-in..." Everyone wiped their cold sweat and thought that it made sense. Although it made sense, they couldn't help but feel terrified when they thought that this ghostly thing was actually the soul of a godly state expert. "I really didn't think that they're actually all deity realm souls. TSK. Truly a great deal," Teng Guang suddenly said. His eyes were filled with admiration. He had long given up hope of living. Being able to see more strange things before death immediately made him feel interested. He was more energetic, and his twinkling eyes kept sizing up the 33 gong chao, as if he wanted to catch a few. If the people of the Soul Devourer sect were here, Yun Xiao suddenly said, they would have gone crazy, right? Everyone's expression turned strange. With so many God Realm souls, it would be strange if the Soul Devourer sect didn't go crazy. Thinking about the appearance of those terrifying people going crazy, he couldn't help but find it a little funny, and the fear in his heart immediately reduced a lot. Although they're immortal state souls, God knows how many years have passed. I don't think they're even at the divine transcendence level. Some of them are even far from the peak of martial arts, said Beimang Nan. AI, that's true. Disappointment appeared in Tung Guang's eyes, and he seemed to have given up on the idea of capturing it. As for why there are so many, let me explain. The Samsara Wheel was actually a supreme-grade array artifact. It was refined by imitating the Samsara. However, the power of reincarnation is erratic and elusive. Even if tens of millions of people set up the formation at the same time, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to achieve, let alone a mere profound-level weapon. I understand, Li said in realization. These meritorious service officers are the people who set up the array. The expert who made this supreme-grade array weapon was unable to use the profound-level weapon itself to create the power of reincarnation. In the end, he had to arrange 33 people to form the array. That's exactly the case. Since your clan has a deep relationship with this Ghost King, and your ancestor also signed the summoning contract after defeating him, does it have a record of how to break this artifact array? Tung Guang said. I did mention a few techniques, but the world has changed too much and many level 10 divine skills have disappeared. Even if there are, it's impossible to learn them, Li said with a bitter smile. Her eyes suddenly lit up as she stared at Yun Xiao and said, I remember that the ancestors' notes said that the small wheel 3-phase life-transforming mystical spirit eye and the great wheel of samsara are both abhijnas with the power of samsara. When the mystical spirit eye is cultivated to the extreme, it can directly enter the samsara and observe one's past and present life. Can even foresee the past and the future. It also has the power of samsara and can see the flaws of all dharma forms. Everyone was taken aback as they stared at Yun Xiao. Their eyes filled with all kinds of expressions, many of which were envy, jealousy, and hatred. He, Yun Xiao said indifferently. When you cultivate to the extreme, you can't comprehend the rules of 10 directions. How can you reach the extreme? This wondrous spiritual eye technique has a total of 5 stages, and my current second stage is already the limit that I can reach. Moreover, I was only able to achieve this achievement under countless lucky chances. If you want to step into the 5th level, you'll have to change the heavenly Tao again, and the myriad laws of the world will reappear. He was not exaggerating at all. Without any great opportunity, Mu Jie could only resort to the extreme method of self-destruction and replacing her eyes with natural objects. She had only cultivated to the 1st stage, and it was impossible for her to advance any further. Yun Xiao himself was an extremely powerful pupil, and the lunar eye was the strongest existence of the pupil clan in countless years. With the combination of the two and the water fairy's blood of the Sea Emperor, he had only cultivated it to the 2nd level. As for the higher realm, he did not dare to hope for it. Li was disappointed and said, without the supreme wondrous spiritual eyes, it's impossible to see through the weakness of this reincarnation formation unless it's Swanee. She was suddenly overjoyed and shouted excitedly, I remember now. There's another way to restrain this Wang Liang. Bang! Suddenly, Li's body was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood into the sky and fell to the ground with a pale face. At the place where she had been standing, a meritorious service officer was looking at her coldly with one hand turned into a palm. It was him who had suddenly attacked, and his expression was ice-cold. Yun Xiao's face flickered. The officer was not strong, only a mid-stage 9-stars martial emperor, but he was able to send Li flying with one palm and seriously injure him. Li had been injured before, but the main reason was that his power had been suppressed by the power of reincarnation. He probably couldn't even use half of it. When everyone thought of this, their expressions changed drastically. All of them turned purple like pig livers, looking extremely ugly. Julie, you talk too much. The Ghost King stood in the distance, his feet hanging in the air, his eyes cold. His body seemed to be much larger than before, and there were also changes in his appearance. 2 antelope-like horns grew on his head, transparent like jade, and the surface of his body was slightly swollen, as if he was wearing a layer of armor, but it was still connected to his skin. Everyone's heart trembled. They didn't notice for a moment that the Ghost King seemed to have become even stronger. Even Long Qianmiao, who was recuperating in the distance, had a grave expression on his face. Li, are you all right? Wing flew over and helped Li up from the ground. Li's face was pale and his mouth was full of blood. He opened his mouth and mumbled a few syllables, but they were intermittent and he could not make out anything. Li, don't speak and suppress your injuries. Even if we don't have the path of our predecessors, we can still open up a new path and kill this Ghost King. His eyes were cold. The Ghost King's arrogant appearance had long been unpleasant to the eye, but he hated the fact that his cultivation body was too seriously injured. If he forcibly used the armillary sphere, he was afraid that his cultivation body would directly collapse and he would be consigned to eternal damnation. The Ghost King sneered, clasping his hands behind his back, showing a calm expression, and said slowly, "How long has it been since I've revealed my true appearance? This king has also forgotten that you should be proud to be able to force me to this extent. As for resisting, don't even think about it." Li tried hard to open his mouth and bite the syllables, but he couldn't say anything. In the end, he gave up. "Listen to Lord Shang," Wing said hurriedly. "Rest well and leave everything to us." He carried Li and spread his wings, flying back to the demon clan. Ci took out some medicinal pills for her to consume and then stood guard for her. An indescribable sense of oppression and the ominous feeling of impending disaster enveloped everyone's heart, and everyone's faces seemed to be covered in frost. "Gong Ziyu, did you manage to divine anything?" Wei Qing asked. "No." Duanmu Yoyu shook his head and said, "Under the suppression of the power of reincarnation, I can't calculate anything." "Humph," he snorted. Wei Qing snorted, as if he was extremely dissatisfied. He still had an expression that said, "If I can't calculate the big things, what's the use of calculating the small things?" Duanmu Yoyu smiled bitterly. Divination has too many restrictions. If one can predict the past and the future at will, wouldn't that make one invincible? However, there's no need for everyone to worry too much. I've already calculated it before. Although the final result is unpredictable, it's overall a frightening situation without any danger. Scared but not in danger? Ha 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 ha. What a lousy fortune teller. If you were the one setting up a stall, this king would definitely smash your signboard. The Ghost King couldn't help but laugh out loud. His unbridled appearance was almost tearing up from laughing. This king will tell you the ending. Everyone will die, no one will live. Everyone's hearts trembled and their faces paled when they felt the tangible killing intent. "Amoeba," Yunxiao said in a deep voice, "is this your final state?" Everyone felt like fainting. Their faces were filled with black lines, and they felt like laughing. But in this state, no one could laugh. "What? An amoeba?" The Ghost King flew into a rage as he pointed at Yunxiao with both hands and said coldly, "The rainbow stone and the Dao fruit fragments are in your hands. This king will remember to skin you later and play with you slowly." "What? A rainbow stone?" Yu Shengfeng's body trembled as he stared at Yunxiao in shock and anger and roared in a deep voice, "You have a rainbow stone!" Many of the other people knew what a rainbow stone was, but at this moment, no one had the time to think about it. Even Ning Kuei, who was in the crowd in the distance, trembled slightly when he heard the words rainbow stone, but he soon regained his calm. Wei Qing also frowned and gave Yunxiao a cold look. He felt that the young man had a lot of secrets, but it was just a thought that flashed through his mind before he returned to his current state with a worried face. Even for someone as powerful as him, 70 to 80% of his power had been suppressed, and he could only use 20 to 30% of his power. He might not even be able to defeat those meritorious officials, let alone the fighting Ghost King. Yunxiao glanced at Chu Shengfeng and said, What does the rainbow stone have to do with you? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Yu Shengfeng's eyes burst open, spewing out boundless anger. If it wasn't for the special situation here, he would have rushed up to kill and seize the stone on the spot. Bo Yuqing's eyes also flashed with shock, his face turning gloomy. Why should I tell you? What are you to me? Arg! You, damn it! This old man really regrets not skinning you alive. Yu Shengfeng was so angry that he started wailing. The importance of the rainbow stone to him was self-evident. If you have what it takes, go and skin this ghost king first, Yunxiao said coldly. Otherwise, the rainbow stone in my hand will most likely be snatched away by him. Wei Qing also said, Sir Chu Shengfeng, we should all work together at this moment. Let's not waste any more time. After Long Qimiao's defeat, the only thing that wasn't suppressed by the power of reincarnation was Min Xingfeng's demonic energy. That was why Wei Qing valued him greatly. Humph! Yu Shengfeng's face was extremely gloomy and discontented. He gave Yunxiao a fierce glare before he temporarily stopped. What? Chu Shengfeng? Many people were shocked when they heard this name and began to discuss it. All kinds of gazes were cast over from the distance, as if they were in disbelief. Ning Qiyun was shocked. It's him. How is this possible? No wonder, Ning Kuwei said. I was wondering why such a character suddenly appeared in the Sea of Soul formation. Is the world going to be in chaos? However, the continuous changes in the Red Moon City are already the beginning of chaos. Ning Qiyun's face was heavy and she was silent. The major events that had happened in the realm of heavenly martial arts in the past few decades were not as many as today's. The great change of the Red Moon City, the great Void Dao fruit, the blood of the true dragon, the ghost Azura, the demon clan's armillary sphere, Noah's boat, the appearance of the ghost king, victorious wind, every single one of them was a major event that would shock the entire world. Now that they were happening all at once, their nerves were numbed from the stimulation. Xianxia and Lu Fian's expressions turned serious. Once Yu Shengfeng's identity was exposed, they were afraid that it would lead to unimaginable consequences. However, he had already revealed his strength in front of the world's heroes. It was impossible to hide his identity anymore. Let's work together. Do you still want to struggle? The Ghost King laughed hideously and stuck out his long scarlet tongue. He flicked it up and down, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. He said coldly, except for Jili Division, kill everyone. Although he had used all his power, he was still bound by the contract with Li. If he killed Li, he would suffer an unimaginable backlash for breaking the contract. The 33 Gongxiao's eyes lit up. They immediately attacked and rushed toward the crowd. All kinds of green lights flashed in the sky, and human figures flew around. Boom! One of the meritorious officers slammed his palm down, and the crowd that was hiding in the corner was instantly blasted to death, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Arg! Quickly run! Where are you going? Fuck! The wheel was only so big, and the outside was an illusory space. If one fell in, they would die without a doubt. Some cultivators gritted their teeth. Since they would die if they stayed, they might as well try. They jumped into the void and died on the spot with a bang. Their flesh and blood could be seen, and they were completely turned into nothingness. Countless gasps of cold air sounded. Those martial artists who were also prepared to jump out were all scared until their faces turned pale and they hurriedly retreated. This time, everyone was in a mess. They cried and screamed as they ran for their lives on the wheel, and all kinds of frightened curses came one after another. The 33 merit officers were like killing machines, shuttling back and forth on the big wheel at an extremely fast speed. Every move they made would definitely cause blood and flesh to fly, and a large number of people would die. Attack! Ning Kuwei said in a deep voice. At this moment, he could no longer stand by and watch. Although his cultivation method was damaged and he was suppressed by the power of reincarnation, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. With a flash of golden light, he swept his dagger axe over. Bang! The flowing light directly slashed at one of the meritorious service officers, causing a faint light to flash, but it could not break through. The merit officer's expression was still wooden. He took a step forward along the dagger axe and slapped down with one hand. Ning Kuei's face darkened. He turned his spear and protected himself with a golden light. Bang! The Merit Chow's palm pushed forward and pressed down on the dancing light, shaking up countless runes. Ning Kuei took a few steps back and stepped back with the tip of his foot to withstand the impact. He grinned and said, "You're nothing more than this. Take this." Black silk turns into snow. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless golden lights surged on the dagger axe and flowed under the suppression of the Merit Chow. Several cold lights flew out and turned into a white light, like green silk turning into snow. Bang! The meritorious caretaker was pushed back, but he would rather turn his dagger axe and chase after the other party. He directly stabbed into the other party's chest and came out. What? That's Ing Luo. Everyone was shocked by the aftershock of the battle. It was the first time someone had injured a meritorious advisor, so they couldn't help but focus their eyes on it. Good and bad are mixed together. I didn't think that there would be such an expert among the trash. A look of surprise flashed across the Ghost King's face, followed by a mocking expression. Ah, he's Ing Luo. All the experts were shocked. Although they were dressed in white, the flying halberds and the aura on their bodies could not be hidden from everyone's eyes and ears. Wei Qing had noticed him the moment he made his move. He was so angry that his face turned green and he said coldly, "Duanmu Yoyu, you actually managed to save him. Do you want to go against me?" At the same time, the shock in everyone's heart was indescribable. They would rather have been killed by him before. That was absolutely true. Could there really be a way to bring the dead back to life in this world? Wei Qing also found it hard to accept. He had killed Ning Ku with his own hands, so she was definitely dead at that time. How could she have been resurrected? As he thought of this, he actually became a little dazed in this chaotic environment. Duanmu Yoyu saw that he was in a daze and hurriedly said, "Lord Wei Qing, it's better for us to live than to die. It's better to think of a way to break open this profound artifact space." With one side losing and the other side gaining, these 33 Merit Chow are enough to kill everyone. Only then did Wei Qing come back to his senses. He immediately discovered that 2 meritorious officials had joined forces to attack him. One of them drew a palm with one hand and the other pinched his fingers. Neither of them was strong. They were only ordinary peak 9 stars, probably only at the beginner level like Chun Xinyu. However, as soon as he moved, a vast might pressed down from the sky. The power of reincarnation seeped into every pore and blood, and more than half of his power was instantly reduced. Wei Qing's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly raised a mouthful of essence force, and the mountains and rivers unfolded in front of him like a painting. A vast golden light appeared, like a moat blocking in front of him. Bang! The power of the palm and the finger struck the picturesque landscape, and the scroll let out an extremely powerful weapon cry. It trembled violently for a few times before it was retracted in the air and flew back. Wei Qing was shocked. Not only was everyone suppressed by the power of samsara, but even the profound level weapons were suppressed by the samsara wheel. The picturesque landscape flew back, and the combined power of the 2 meritorious service officers suddenly arrived. He grabbed the scroll and blocked it horizontally. Bang! He only felt his arm go numb and was forced back a few dozen feet before he could stabilize his body. The veins on his forehead were protruding and he was covered in cold sweat. Wei Qing felt extremely aggrieved as he was suppressed by 2 powerhouses at the peak of the martial emperor realm. The rest of the people were also exhausted from dealing with the attacks. They had been beaten by the meritorious advisor to the point that they didn't have the strength to fight back at all. A few transcendent saints could still resist, but the rest could only take a beating. In the end, there were people flying around on the great wheel of samsara, and they were basically all running for their lives. On the contrary, the ghost Azuras became the backbone of the resistance. Although the half-finished dragon blood couldn't completely resist the power of reincarnation, it was suppressed to a small extent. In addition to their ultimate bodies and fierce and unafraid of death, they could almost fight to a draw with the Merit Chow. "Everyone, don't run. We can't escape from here. So the only way out is to join hands and fight them." Long Qianmiao let out a loud roar, and a dragon's might shook the 9 heavens, causing the world to tremble. Everyone's blood was immediately stirred. Since they would die if they ran, they might as well kill all these bastards.